you hear me now? Check, check. law school when role on a committee. So I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. And before we get going, as long as no one has an objection, I'd like to move the public comment. And I don't want to, when Commissioner Cummings, I think it was you who in our first meeting moved the public comment from the very end to essentially first. And I think it's important that it's not at the end after we voted. And it's like, we voted now. Do you have anything to say? Like, we don't like your vote. But especially on the budget, I would like to give the public an opportunity to at least comment before, and we're not really taking an official vote. We're just going to talk about it and, bring something forward for the rest of the council. But if there is anybody here who would like to make a public comment, you're welcome to make it at the beginning, but I think it might be helpful if you wait until after all four of us have had a chance to at least express our opinions, and then you can comment on that, which would then give you the ability to perhaps impact our ultimate vote at 2 o'clock meeting. Does anybody have an objection with that?
Mr. Chairman, it's just my preference to hear from the public first.
Right.
To give their opinion first.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. If you want to leave it, I mean, I don't have a problem. I just wanted to give them the ability to react and offer their opinion based on anything we might have said. But we could, you know what? Let's just leave it exactly as it is.
And I guess it's my opinion that hearing from the public first can help drive our opinion as well.
That's fair. Okay.
And also they're going to get two chances at us too, since we're going to go right into the council meeting. So.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's leave it exactly as it is. So speaking of that agenda, if I can get a motion for the approval of the agenda.
I move approval of the agenda as prepared.
Second.
Without objection, consider the agenda approved. With that, the aforementioned public comment. Is there anyone in the public who would like to comment on the agenda and the budget that we haven't released yet? Well, that makes it easy. Okay, so no public comment. Okay, this is where rubber meets road. Ted, I am glad you're sitting close because Mr. Granger and I have worked a lot of hours on putting this together. And I'll give you the narrative of what Mr. Granger emailed all of us. Essentially what we did is we took what I will call a base budget, the bare bones minimum. We'll pay for a needs assessment, it'll pay for staff, it'll pay for legal services, accounting services, and sort of a miscellaneous group. And if you think about the last meeting, I talked about the 4 buckets. That would be bucket 1. No matter, I don't care where you stand on the millage, how much you want to spend in programs, this is something you have to do just to keep us in existence and to get a needs assessment. The second pot is a 5%. Again, this is the reason I didn't put it in the first pot is the council can decide what percentage of reserves of the total budget they would like to put aside. You remember Mr. Sox at the last meeting asked that the 5% be based on what will be the total budget. So that will include the base plus anything else that the council decides to go forward with. So that's the second bucket. The third bucket, speaking of Mr. Sox, is the concept of a 13th month. recognizing that the fiscal year begins on October 1st. And the funds really don't start coming in until December. So some could argue that we need a 14th month, but I think if we tackle the 13th month in our first year and see where we are this time next year, we can deal with the issue of October and November when the property taxes really start to make their way into our account in December. But my recommendation is in that bucket, we have 1/12, so 1 month of the full millage rate. I am sure that there are going to be those who say, well, you know, the whole 0.5, I'm basing that 13th month on the full millage rate in anticipation that after the needs assessment is done, regardless of how the council votes today, after the needs assessment is done and we're looking at 2022, 2023, it's that 13th month, which will be the first time we deal with what could be I don't want to say deficit, but we're not funded yet, where the money hasn't come in yet. And I am anticipating that that this time next year, we will be looking at the full millage rate. And again, there may be those who say, you know, you're putting cart before horse, you should wait and see. This is the year to me, if we were ever going to build a reserve for that 13th month, it's this year. I think everyone on the council agrees that if we impose the full millage rate, we could not possibly spend it all this year because we haven't done a needs assessment. So with that in the back of my mind, I thought, you know, we'll do 1/12 of the full millage rate. Again, totally open if somebody would like to do it differently, but that's the third budget. I mean, the third bucket. The fourth bucket, which is will be dictated by how much the council would like to spend of the remaining amount. Budget committee and the full council asked me to come back with 3 recommendations, which I've done. But recognizing that the total millage rate that we can raise is would generate about $9.8 million. The number of scenarios that I could present to you, the number of different millage rates that I could propose to you is somewhere between 9.8 million and our base budget, which is, let's just round it up to say $1 million. That means that there are 8.8 million different decisions we need to make. So I chose to scrap the 8.8 million because we'd be here a lot longer than we've budgeted time for, and have put 3 proposals on the table. There's nothing magic to these 3 proposals. Well, there's something magic about the first 2 proposals. The first proposal is the bare bones minimum. It offers no money for any program whatsoever. And that millage rate comes out to less than 0.1. I'll say, Mr. Granger, I know you've got it on here, but 0.05367. So that's on the bare bones minimum side. And then on the maximum side, you have the full millage rate. So we have, you know, 2 numbers for consideration that are on the extreme ends of, that's a bad word, the ends of the spectrum.
I have a question for you though. Did your bare bones minimum include buckets 2 and 3, or just bucket 1?
It includes bucket 2, which is 5% of the bare bones minimum. but it does not include bucket 3. It really includes what is required by law. What is not required by law is the 5%. That is a number that I offered up at the last meeting. I didn't hear any objections. We can certainly go lower, but I think that's a fair number to shoot for.
But in this proposal, your 5% is not 5% of 0.5 of the 9.8. It's 5% of 1 million.
Yes, sir. Again, it was originally 5% of the 0.5. Mr. Sox asked that what I bring back the 5% of what the proposal is. So the proposal in case 1 is a bare bones minimum with a 5% reserve. The proposal 3 is the full 0.5 mils that would include the bare bones minimum, 5% of 9.8 million, and 1/12 of 9.8 million. So it's kind of all 4 buckets combined. Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure. I heard the first proposal. Now you're saying the third proposal. You haven't done the second proposal.
No, I haven't, because the second proposal, I wanted to sort of to frame this as the bare minimum and then also the maximum. My third proposal meets somewhere in the middle, and that is 0.25. Remember, bucket 4 is could be used for a summer program that was mentioned by Mr. Sox. It also, we may, after doing the needs assessment, find that we have another pressing need that has nothing to do with the summer program. I don't know what that would be, but at least in proposal 2 and proposal 3, the council would have money by which to do it. They would have money by which to fund a program or 2. They would have the 5% reserves, plus they would have the 13th month for fiscal year 22-23. Those are the 3 proposals. Again, I have available numbers if you want. If 0.25 seems too much, I have the amount of money that would be generated by 0.2 mils or 0.1 mils. If it doesn't seem enough, I have the numbers available for 0.3, and I can do the back of the napkin math on 0.4. So I didn't want to bring way too much information. Just know that it's really the decision of the council as to, once you get past the base budget, it's not Paul Mitchell's decision or Ted Granger's decision. We put those bare bone numbers together for you. It's the council's decision as to where we go from here.
Mr. Chairman, can you give us the numbers? I'd like to have the numbers.
Sure. When you say the numbers, you
For
mean?
each one of the proposals.
Sure. It's, they should have been emailed to you. Yeah. And
It was emailed?
They are in the packet that you should have, the meeting packet.
Commissioner, let me, oh, look at, well, don't look at that. If you have eyesight.
Jessica, did they get a meeting packet?
Yes.
Okay, so it's in the meeting packet and it's up here. What you're seeing up there, which is also in the handouts, is the 16-month base budget.
I failed to mention that this is going to be a little bit of an unusual year because at this time next year, we'll be looking at a 12-month funding cycle. But in this case, we're actually looking at, we'll vote on 2 different budgets. The interim budget, which we're required, which is the 4-month, plus a 12-month. But when when you collapse those 16 months together, Commissioner, the funding for those 16 months is going to come out of whatever the millage rate that we propose is.
So is it, but obviously, any member of the council, are you saying these are the only three options, or can any member of the council say, oh, what about
Right.
0.375?
Well, yeah, I hope that here's the thing is that what I'd like for the council to look at when you ask for three proposals, that's what I've done. I've done, you know, the two bookends of the minimum and the maximum, and then met in the middle. What it will show you is the amount of money that is left over for use on whatever the council wants. I did not want to, if you tell me that 0.25 number is too much, we can drop it to whatever number you want. But I have to have the number to come up with the millage rate.
When it comes time for people to vote, however, could a council member make a motion to between 1 and 8 million?
Yes.
Yeah,
Right, they
absolutely.
could. Which is, again, I understood, like the direction that I was, or the directive that I was given was, please come back with three options. So I did. Commissioner.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Can you go over your second proposal, 1, 2, 3? I have
Yes, ma'am.
3, 2. I just want to be clear on it.
Okay.
And that's on the screen right now.
I can't see it. I'm sorry. Okay, a little clearer.
I actually don't have this sheet either. Wait, maybe I do.
There you go.
I have it for, yes, I do. I printed before I left.
Oh,
the
okay.
office.
Sorry.
Okay.
On the slides, can we go back to the, how you
No, you
got to 960,000?
Sure. That is,
I don't
I've
have,
got an extra copy. I
Oh,
just
good.
happened to. Here you are, Commissioner. I only have two, so.
I'll give it back. That was emailed
Yes, ma'am.
today.
I think it was emailed last night. Mine was.
yeah, it was late yesterday, and I
It was.
apologize.
No,
It's,
and it'll be in the meeting packet also, 2 o'clock meeting.
so,
I don't think.
what we've, you can keep it because
That's
I
not-
have
that's
it
not-
by the month.
That's just the miscellaneous.
Oh, this is the base budget. You asked how we got to bucket one.
Yeah. Is that all? How did we get to 960? There was his fee, there was the new administrator's fee, there was attorney's fees, there was
Right.
CPA
Yeah,
fees.
this is Mr. Lane.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I gave you the wrong.
So I guess that's the miscellaneous piece broken.
Yeah, here you go.
And I can,
So,
My eyes are not big.
so if you look, yeah, I only printed one of these.
Right there.
Here you go, Commissioner. This is the 4-month and the 16-month. There you go. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Jessica's bringing up the meeting packet that has the 2 o'clock meeting.
no, that's okay. Is this slide on there? Like the interim
Oh, okay.
administrator was $50,000, the CEO 135, okay, all right, there.
Thank you. So essentially what we did is we did a monthly breakdown so that the council members could understand two things. Where is that bucket? Where did the bucket $1 amount come from? What's it based on? Recognizing that none of this is set in stone because, for example, the executive director's salary, I think, is 125 plus benefits in this. We haven't even advertised the position.
Yeah.
I just kind of threw something at the wall.
Mr. Mitchell, if I can, because I see people searching, the documents that Treasurer Mitchell is talking about are on page 34, 35, and 36.
Yeah, I got 34.
Perfect, okay.
Thank you. Ed. So it's a little bit of a crapshoot, if you will, especially for this first 16 months. Having said that, it's based on, I think, reasonable assumptions. We may hire somebody that makes less than 125,000, but I haven't way overshot the runway to sort of drive up the bottom line amount. To the contrary, I went a little on the high side so that this council is not sitting there looking at me, 8 months from now and saying, what the heck? What kind of a treasurer are you? I'd much rather you look at me and say, well, thank goodness you budgeted a little extra for that. So that's where these numbers come from. The other thing is policy and budget should always go together. And while it's easy for me to create a budget on a monthly basis, it's really the council's role to create the policy. What I wanted the council to see is that I took that into consideration. And when Mr. Granger created the budget, he did it on a monthly basis. So you can see exactly when Mr. Sox had mentioned the necessity for a community outreach. You can see that we bring a community outreach person, not on day one, but prior to the needs assessment, just prior to the needs assessment coming out. And that's a guess as to when that needs assessment is coming out. So you'll notice that the person comes on in February. When we talked about when the needs assessment would come out, we guessed it would be March or April. So we may not have a community outreach person. We may not need a community outreach person in February, but we went ahead and budgeted for it. And all the council members will see that's a policy decision for the council to make, not for me, the budget guy, to make. I just wanted it on there so we could get to a bottom line figure.
You just a real technical question. You're doing a 16-month base budget because we're going to be spending money for 16 months, but we're only going to be generating money for 12 months.
Correct.
What we've got to give to the county, and I'm assuming it'll work just fine the way you've got it laid out, because all you do is you back out the numbers for this fiscal year because you broke them out monthly.
Yes.
So what you've done is one document that covers the entire time period that we've got to address. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. But recognizing that when you set your agenda last week, you did it in two.
Right, you combined.
Mr. Granger, I think, has two numbers so that we can take. I combined them so that you could see them all on one fluid spreadsheet, but there is a break between fiscal year
2020 and 2021.
2021 and fiscal year 2021, 2022.
All right, so good. So from the base budget, the 960, we easily back out the fiscal year 2021 budget.
Yes, sir.
All right, fair enough.
On the sheet, and I think Mr. Granger recognized this as well on page, whatever it was,
On page
30.
30.
Yeah, it
34
gives the
column.
amounts, but it doesn't give what each line item is for. The page is cut off.
Yes, sir. I was just talking with
Right.
Jessica about that, and she's bringing
And I
it.
didn't know if that was on a slide that we could see. So there weren't any other costs.
If you'd like me to tell you what.
This,
or
you can have, this I printed out myself and it
Does it?
it doesn't cut it off. So
What is that, the miscellaneous you gave us?
no, ma'am, this, I just had, before I
What made
left the
up the-
office, I printed them
The
out. not
specifics
knowing
that made up the.
Yes, ma'am,
Mhm.
month by month. And the miscellaneous was a breakdown
Right.
because there's a category on that sheet that says miscellaneous.
Okay.
And I wanted people to know that there's something behind this.
Oh.
So
Okay.
this is,
Oh.
if you want all that, she's.
Okay, I'll just wait till she bring it. Okay, well, that makes better sense now.
No,
Okay,
I just saw it.
okay, thank you.
But to, Mr. Hammond, to your question, could a council member, the short answer is yes. And what I did was I brought with me from the previous meeting kind of what,
Okay.
it's pretty easy to figure out the millage. I was surprised by just how easy it was. Is once you know that ballpark, the total value of property that can be assessed in Leon County is 19,549,000,000. You just divide that by your budget and it'll pop out the millage rate. So it's pretty easy. But what I have done so that I've got it kind of the math done for you is I can tell you how much 0.1, 0.2, 0.25, and 0.3 and 0.5 generate. I don't know if we did 0.4, but when you
Is it your goal that the budget committee gives a recommendation as to which option the full council supports?
yes, it would be, yes, it would be my goal that we leave this meeting with a recommendation to the full council, recognizing that the full council, there's 6 other minds there, and they may say, well, while we appreciate your suggestions, we're not
Okay.
going.
So if I may, I've wrestled with this for a while now, and thinking back to my initial thoughts, your comments about the pandemic and the impact it's had on business owners. And I've had some calls with some bankers and lenders about foreclosures and things like that, and how the pandemic has affected people. This was passed by voters in November in the middle of the pandemic. It wasn't like the voters passed this and then the pandemic just happened after the fact. But I have thought long and hard about this. And what it seems as though I've heard people lining up in shorter or longer lines on 2 sides. I don't think anyone is proposing or supporting your option 1. In my mind, option 1 is the 0.25, which I've heard you say, I've heard Mark O'Brien say, I've heard some others say. You've heard my position on levying the full extent of what's allowed is 0.5. And I want us to win, and I want us to compromise. And I don't want this to be a political arm wrestling, because we have a lot of important decisions to make, this being certainly one of them. And where I am in my mind is really splitting between 0.25 and 0.5 at 0.375, which is halfway from what I want to where you're positioned. I also heard you say, and Mark O'Brien say, that there's really no doubt in your mind, once we complete the need assessment, that 9.3 or $9.3 million is not, it's not going to be enough. That there are going to be significant needs when you start looking at children from birth to 18 years of age. And I will, although I would be in support of us offering a middle option of 0.375, if that's something that the rest of this committee would consider.
So, Commissioner Cummings, Judge, before.
So I am recused from any
Okay.
discussion of this. So under the statute, the judge is forbidden from
Right.
participating in setting the millage rate. So I'm just observing. I got some questions about the base budget when we get there. Nothing
Okay.
serious, real serious, but
Commissioner Cummings.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I'm just a little ambivalent at this point, between the 0.25 and the 0.5, I don't think I could support the first proposal because I don't believe the taxpayers voted for the Children's Services Council to be funded just to do administrative things the first year. I think our children are in dire distress. I think the pandemic has shown us just how dire the situation is or can be, because with our schools, that were closed during the pandemic, where students had options of being there virtually via Zoom. Some children who were slow learners anyway suffered adversely from those situations. And I'm not saying that's what we need to focus on. I think the needs assessment will show us specifically what we need to focus on. But my point is, I think there's a need for services. And that was my question at our last meeting, is whether or not we felt we couldn't provide any services until we had a needs assessment. And I've combed that statute, and I just don't find any prohibition in there that says we can't provide services where we know there is a need. Now, I know we have to prioritize that need. We have to give a report to the county on from that standpoint. But I believe that, we know that the need is there. And so I would be in favor of millage that would cover administrative costs, but also provide some level of services. If we are able to go on and put out an RFP or request for services for the needs assessment, get it done this fiscal year, I think based on that needs assessment, we can also provide services. We can prioritize services. So I'm between the 0.25 and the 0.5. I would be willing to support some deviation from the 0.5, recognizing that we don't have a full needs assessment just yet. We don't have any prioritization just yet, but we've got enough studies where we know there is a need. And I don't think our children should wait 12 months for us to address that need when the taxpayers have already spoken and said, we want our children to catch up. So be it elementary, kindergarten, high school, there are just so many needs that our children face.
So the what I want to do is get then a fourth proposal ready for the full board that will take in consideration a proposal that I can't support, but I think I said at the last meeting, regardless of where this council ends up going, I'm going to if it's a motion that I support and vote for, I'm going to move for reconsideration to give everybody a chance to support it. So we are unanimous in our decision, and I would hope that someone from the council, if the position that if the winning position is one that I don't support, that somebody from the presiding side will also move for reconsideration to give me that ability. But I'm going to just make a couple comments on the numbers. When Commissioner Cummings, you mentioned at the last meeting, and I agree with you on this, that the voters did vote for this, and they want programs funded, and they want them funded as quickly as possible. And there is no doubt in my mind that there is a strong need. As I've mentioned, I fully expect, could be wrong, I guess the needs assessment will tell us, and we'll be able to look at all of the programs being offered in the county. We'll be able to make that decision in April. But I know this, or May, whenever it comes out, I know that there is a need. And so I am completely supportive of funding whatever that need might be. But I also recognize that that need is essentially for, if let's say we do, the needs assessment comes out in April and we've got it all prioritized, ready to go, and we are as fast as we possibly can have some sort of an RFP out on the streets, asking for proposals back, and we get it back in our hands in June. We're essentially funding those programs for June, July, August, and September, so a third of a year. I think that my position of the 0.25, which actually superintendent is higher than I was originally supporting, I found the 0.25 as my compromise, and I appreciate it. I mean, I know where you were to start with, so I appreciate the fact that you're at 0.375, which is why I want to make sure that the whole council has an opportunity to see what that number is. But when I look at the amount of money that would be left over if we were to impose a 0.25, pay for the base budget, pay for a 13th month reserve, which kind of gets to superintendent what you wanted, and that was, hey, we know we're going to have needs, for the next 10 years, and that we couldn't possibly meet those needs with the money that's generated. It sort of gives you that extra win, and that's sort of built into the 0.25 number. So, we have plenty of, we will have plenty of money to fund programs for we'll say it's June to September. If a hurricane should hit and there is an emergency need, I think we will have more than enough money to fund an emergency need. And the final thing I'll say, having nothing to do with the Children's Services Council and everything to do with the property owners and the renters in Leon County. If you were to reach out to DEO and DCF and ask them, what are the numbers for the emergency rental assistance program? Okay, those are people who need help from the government to pay their rent. Their rent is dictated by the landowner's property taxes. So if we increase their property taxes, which we're doing, and I know they voted for it, so I'm not running from that at all. But if we increase it more than we could possibly spend in the first year, I think we're sort of ignoring the realities that that the taxpayers are facing, both the renters and the property owners. And so, I want to make sure that all of the council members have the fourth option, which would be your option, Superintendent. And Commissioner Cummings, you'll be able to look at it as well. And it basically, we will take the 0.375, is that what your proposal is? The 0.375, and we'll be able to show you how much more cash that will generate that could be used above and beyond the 0.25, but less than the 0.5.
Then we are not going to accomplish what your goal was.
Yeah, which is
Which is fine, because you feel like you've already compromised with your 0.25.
I did.
You would have been then at 0.053.
No, I would not have been.
So where
I would have
would you
been,
have
but in meeting one, or meeting two, the numbers that were thrown up had a 0.2. And that's sort of, I was like, well, somewhere between 0.1, 0.2. I really didn't have the advantage of looking at what that base budget was. So I was sort of starting at zero, and building a base budget was important. How much just to, have the council alive, and then how much money do we need to spend? And Mr. Granger, I can't see the number up there that is generated above and beyond for 0.25 after we pay for the 13th month reserve, the 5% reserve, and the base budget. What does that leave us as a total?
In the 0.25?
Yes, sir. And the 0.5.
It's 2674.618.
Yeah. Okay. So that, I'm sorry. So it would be $2.6 million for essentially, if we kept the very aggressive schedule for 4 months, less aggressive schedule, 3 months of funding. Yeah, and that's for the that's for the 0.25 is $2.6 million for funding a program.
So, Mr. Chairman, when you are counting the months, you're starting from October 1, is that your projection? October 1 to October 1 the next year? I mean, to September 30th the next year? Because
Well,
you're using, say, June, July, August, you're talking about June 2022?
right. The base budget is, because we're using one fiscal year funding for 16 months of funding need. I'm really doing it only for this first year
Okay.
of June of 2021 through September 30th.
Oh,
of 2022.
June, okay, okay. But your analysis seems to anticipate that no services will be provided until June of next year for children. Am I
Well,
correct?
or May. I mean, it's really a matter of when the needs assessment, the needs assessment is a requirement. There's no prohibition if an emergency should occur.
Right.
There's no prohibition. My interpretation, I'm sure there's some who may disagree, but there's no prohibition for the council funding a program if an emergency should occur. But there is a requirement that we do a needs assessment.
Right. Mr. Chairman, if I can just say this, I've read this statute up and down. It does say immediately, we've gone through this, that we shall conduct a needs assessment, but it's nothing in that statute that says we cannot provide services without a needs assessment. We have to give a report to the county. We have to prioritize our services, but it's nothing that says it has to be an emergency. It's nothing that says it has to be after a needs assessment has been done. So I don't know why we are putting those restrictions on ourselves if it's not in the statute.
That's a decision for each council member to make. When the full council met 2 meetings ago, and I don't want to speak for any council member, but it seemed like the council was split in terms of the importance of a needs assessment and a prioritization of needs prior to spending the tax dollars. Again, that's a decision for 10 people to make. All I wanted to do was put on a piece of paper how much money you would have to spend in the event that you raised the millage rate to the max, you raised the millage rate to half of the max, and then an indication as to what you have to raise to keep, the beast alive for the 16-month period. That's it. Superintendent has made, I think, a very reasonable proposal. It isn't like my hunch is both, or actually all 3 options provide funding for programs. It's a matter of how much funding for a program. The only option that doesn't include that, and it is not one that I would be supportive of, is the first one.
Okay.
I only put that out there so that you understood that for those people who I received emails from that said, do not raise anything, I would say, well, I'm sorry, I'm one vote, but I couldn't support that. So I just wanted you all to understand by doing that base budget, it also shows us how much we have left. The other thing is the final point of this, of what I thought was a way of putting additional money in reserve. So in addition to the 2.6 million, we've also put essentially, 800,000, or I guess it's 775,000 in reserves for that 13th month that we could use if we wanted to. There is no requirement that we do that 13th month. And in fact, at this time next year, we can address that as part of our budget as well. So in addition to the 2.6 million, there is both a 5%, if let's just say for argument's sake, we went with the 0.25, there is 245,000 of a reserve fund plus an additional 775,000 of what I'm going to call the super reserve fund, which is the 13th month, which means that we would have 3.6 million, almost $3.7 million to spend in grants over a 4-month period if we were very aggressive. That's
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, this 4-month period you're talking about is next year, June, July, August, September.
right.
Okay.
Or-
And why, I'm
or-
just asking you, and I think you've done a great job. I appreciate it. I appreciate the numbers and how you've broken it down.
Right.
But I'm just trying to understand the rationale when you say 4.
I'm sorry. You're absolutely right, Commissioner. That I'm biasing what I just said based on my personal opinion, and that is not fair. What I would tell you is that based on the advance that the county provided us of 400,000, we will not be able to fund any programs between now and October 1. The funds start coming in on December 1. So instead of saying June, I am glad you called me on this. It is much fairer to say we could begin funding programs on December 1 when tax revenues begin coming in. So that's a 6-month. Now that's funding without a needs assessment, but you are, I agree with you 100%. There is a requirement that we do a needs assessment, but there is not a requirement that the results of the needs assessment come back before we begin funding.
Thank you. So it's just a matter of the policy that the board wants to set.
Right.
Absolutely.
And as I mentioned, and I use the term emergency. Again, my personal bias, and I apologize for that. On December 1, as funds are deposited into our account, we can begin funding a grant or a program. And it doesn't require an emergency to exist. If it is the will of the 10 council members to fund that program, we can do that immediately without a needs assessment.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. So, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Chair, maybe I could just ask us to focus for just a second on the base budget. Take a look on the left column and the right column, the totals, the 16-month totals. Just make sure that everybody kind of focuses for a second on what you're talking about, which is the salary to hire the executive director, some salary for program specialists and assistant, community engagement, CFO, all of the expenses, and just take a look and focus on what we're spending. We're relying on your expertise and your and Mr. Granger's professional judgment. I just wanted to make certain that we all took a moment so that when we talk to the council in just a few moments, that we realize what it is that we're proposing as the lifeblood of the organization before we fund the first program for children. So the biggest single line item is the 300,000 for the needs assessment. man, computers are expensive. The CEOs cost what CEOs cost, you know. I mean, just, that's kind of some of the judgment that I think on a budget that we need to be thinking about too, because the rest of it from this to everything else really is a pure judgment call. You know, and whether we spend before there's a needs assessment, pure judgment call under the statute, like you said. But these things are based on your knowledge of how business works.
Yeah, and I do want to mention one thing that is a number that that is in the budget, and you mentioned the computers. The computers aren't the expensive. The program and financial software. This is a number that of $150,000, and I'll tell you how we came up with that number. It is less about the financial side of it. This is not an ERP. This is what other CSCs use doesn't mean we have to use it. And I believe, well, I know that it will be competitively procured regardless. So again, I don't want to talk about it in terms of a brand,
Sure.
but what the other CSCs use is a particular software, and that is $150,000.
And this is the accountability software, right?
Exactly.
This is so that we have accountability with the provider.
Yeah, it's the program and the budget together. Right. So that is the only reason that number is there. We might find a product that's a little less. We may also decide that, you know what, we'd like something a little more robust and spend a little bit more. It was important that we put that into the budget. And you're right, it's a big number.
So I noticed,
Yep.
go ahead, Commissioner.
No, Mr. Chairman, no, I just wanted to ask about the accountability software. Does it measure outcomes and, oh, okay, so it's holistic. It does.
And
we need that. We got to have some type of measurement tools.
Right. I'm shaking my head based on, I haven't seen it. I know what an ERP costs. You know, the state of Florida is in the middle of replacing theirs. This is not a full-fledged ERP. It's
What do the letters ERP stand for? I'm sorry.
ERP, enterprise. There are different ERPs. Enterprise something. A resource or something.
Thank you.
You know that I was the chairman of the ERP task force, but that was 16, 17 years ago, and I forgot.
This is the glory of public meetings. Sorry.
Yes, please note that Mr. Mitchell is blushing. Anyhow, an ERP it can be used for HR, for purchasing, or accounting. This is not an ERP for accounting. This is a programmatic accountability product that is used by other CSCs. Again, there is no requirement that we use that product, but shame on us knowing there's going to be an expense if we didn't put it on a piece of paper.
Absolutely.
And we just went to the other CSCs and said, what are you guys using? And they told us, this is what it is, and it's $150,000. That's why it's in the budget.
Thanks.
So I have a question. You have line items for a CFO and for a contract manager. Do other Children's Services Councils have a CFO?
If you notice, if you go across, there's no.
Yeah, I know, I see on the line item, but there's no
Yeah.
budget attached.
Yes, that's a mixed bag. And that is certainly, if you remember, my initial comment was that a budget drives policy and a policy drives budget. I wanted to put it on the board for consideration. I don't have an opinion one way or another at this point. Some of the larger CSCs have a CFO. There's a reason there's no money in there. So it's something that the council can consider.
I was
perhaps
more
at this
enamored
time
of
next year.
I was more enamored of the CFO before we got to budget chair treasurer.
Yes. Yeah, you're paying him a lot.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask another question? just looking at, and we mentioned earlier, a director of community engagement and programs and said, well, we might or we might not. But I see it, there are line items for that individual, which in my opinion, it might be a plus for the council, because we are talking about an individual that would be abreast of what's going on in the community, the services that are in the community, you know, for our children. And I was very impressed with this committee, Gert Surstrom and Superintendent Hannah, that met for 2 years and talked to many of the nonprofit entities that provide services to children. And I was just very impressed with their narratives in this program, and the fact that many of those program directors pointed out in their opinion where some of the deficiencies were as far as our children are concerned. So I think an individual that would have some hands-on with what's going on in the community with our children would probably be an asset for this council.
So that, you know, Commissioner, both you and Mr. Socks at the last meeting commented on this, which is why you find it in the budget.
Okay.
This, again, I'm in this little bit of an awkward spot where I want to be, and I thought I was being sensitive to each of the council members who spoke on an item by building it into the budget. Again, so, because that's a policy decision. It's a perfectly reasonable policy decision. So I'm not taking exception with it, but that's why we built it in. Now, again, remember what I said, we put it starting in February. We may find that the need arises sooner, which is why we have a 5% reserve, and why I erred on the side of caution when setting the salaries at a higher level so that we have additional funds. You also might find that we don't have a need for the person in February, and they can wait until April. And again, I'm just using this as an example. At this time next year, June of 2022, when we've had a year of experiences, whoever the treasurer is, if it's me, whoever it is, they will have a much easier job than what I had, because I'm like, throw that up against our 150,000 for software. Okay. I don't know. And the council hasn't voted on anything. I've just heard you say the outreach, the community outreach, and the importance of that. And Mr. Sock say that. And I thought, well, let's put it in the budget and make sure you can see it, that it's built in the budget, and that we're considering that the budget looks like what the council has asked for, not what Paul Mitchell wants, but what the council wants.
Did we consider, because we've had other groups, not Alachua that has a newly formed CSC, but other counties that have a children's services council, we looked at their organizational chart and their budget, and is it kind of stack up to what other groups are doing that have been established for many years? And
I personally looked at the Palm Beach and the Broward, much larger counties, obviously, but they didn't start as large as they are now. Hillsborough County as well, and they've gone through kind of a sort of their Children's Services Council. It's called something other than Children's Services Council, but 1 and a 2.0 version. Everyone is a little bit different. I mean, you heard the gentleman from Alachua County talking about building a building. You know, again, I didn't put a building in here. You'll notice that because of your generosity.
You also didn't put, right, administrative office space.
Yeah, we put the line,
utilities,
but we it's sort of like CFO. I want to make sure that it's there so people know that it was considered. And if any council member wants to say, I want a CFO. I'll be darned if Paul Mitchell, who doesn't even know what ERP stands for, is going to be, the decision maker. So that's why I put it there, not because I believe that we need to spend the money, but because other CSCs have.
And if you mentioned something about Hillsborough County, when they started, they didn't start as large. You mean as far as the organizational structure has grown?
Yes.
As my father-in-law would say, the fat cats at the district office have grown.
Those would be your father-in-law's words, not mine.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Which is our goal not to do.
so are we then, as a committee, are we going to submit to the full council one of these proposals as our recommendation?
Here's what I would like to do. What I would like to do is have this committee comfortable with the base budget for the 16 months. Get comfortable with that. Make sure that Mr. Granger and I have not missed something, or we haven't padded it too much. I, wanted to sort of show in the budget that the Leon County School District and the superintendent is kind enough to give us space. Again, that's a policy decision. I'm very supportive of it. I think it's fantastic. So we have a base budget. Then what I would like to do is quickly create what the superintendent would call the low end, which is 0.25, the middle ground, which is the compromise position that the superintendent mentioned of 0.375, and the high end of 0.5, and have the 10 members of the council discuss it. And if you want, it's the three of us. If you, Commissioner Cummings and Superintendent Hannah, are supportive of the 0.375 and you want the recommendation to be 0.375, we can certainly do that. I would vote no, but I can count votes, and oftentimes, the issues I vote for and people I vote for don't win, and I'm a big boy, I can accept it. But I am, so that you both know, I am personally supportive of 0.25, and then letting the council ask as many questions as they want, and give them the answers and let them make a decision between those three.
And see, I don't even know if it's fair. We have council members that are sitting amongst us that are, now participants in the audience. And again, it was my position out of the spirit of compromising to move to another option of 0.375, which was halfway in between what I was hearing at 0.25 and what I was originally proposing at 0.5. And if you feel like you've already compromised at 0.25, and I'm not sure where the commissioner stands.
You know what, to me, it's not even a matter of compromising on sort of an arbitrary number. It's a matter of looking at $2.6 million plus an additional $1 million in reserves and saying, is it responsible from a financial standpoint to ask the property owners, the taxpayers, to offer up more than $3.6 million for a funding of starting on December 1. So Commissioner Cummings, to your point, is that reasonable? And I'm a no on that. And that's, again, I'm okay. I don't think anybody is evil because they want to collect more. I just don't think it's the right thing to do right now.
Mr. Chairman, I think along the lines with Superintendent Hannah, but I would hope that we would be establishing a policy that we are not going to wait until June of next year or February of next year to provide services or some level of services to the children. And I would also hope that we would look at a position of Director of Community Engagement and Programs to bring that person on as soon as possible, to look at some type of engagement with services for children, as soon as we can. I want to hit the ground running for our children. And I think, the bigger lag time we have, the more disadvantage the children will have.
So it would, I guess what we would be doing is then sort of speeding up that particular position. Again, we have enough in reserves, regardless of which millage rate we go with, to make that happen. So we don't need to change the base budget dramatically. Yeah.
And so maybe we should, when we get to the main meeting agenda, the question of do we wait to spend on programs until we've got the assessment, or do we begin a process to identify some needs with the commission before the needs assessment? Maybe that's an agenda for another meeting.
Well, and I can tell I've started putting together the invitation to negotiate for the ITN. The first thing on it is please identify the best investments for bang for the bucks and utilizing the council's fiscal responsibility to the community that you can identify as soon as possible, so that we would have from the folks who are going to actually be gathering the data, some recommendations on how to spend the money, where to spend it, and et cetera.
Absolutely.
I think so too, and without objection.
All right. We've moved to adjourn. The objection? We are adjourned. We are about to reconvene. So don't go far. I have to use the restroom.
Hey, how are you? I thought it was good. Let me ask them.
Principal Connor.
Actually, there is.
I think
It is. Know this, we don't show an additional 400,000 into income. The only thing we show is the interest, which is $6,000 or 1.5% over if we were to pay it on September 30th. We do, but I don't show the income coming in, so therefore I didn't show the outgo. It is part of the expenses. If you think about the 400,000 as a wash, because we're only getting an advancement, we're paying it back. We're paying it back with the same amount of money. So we have I struggled with it as well. That's what the interest is. That's the interest is the 1.5. Thank you.
You saw what I did.
Welcome back. Good seeing you. First blessing. We saved the vote for today.
I know, right? I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing.
I don't know if it was the intent, but we did.
All right. Okay. How are you? Y'all had a really. It just.
Yeah.
Is that a new spot today? Nothing different.
I am. All right, so we'll get started here. But I'm gonna take it.
Still looking for a volunteer?
I will take this.
Thank you so much.
Just want to give you the COVID elbow. Nice to see you. Welcome aboard. Dr. Glenn, thank you so much for being here.
Sit in this one
It
here.
is nice to see
I
you.
gotta
We
leave at
cannot
3,
spare
I'll sit
you.
down lower ones. I can just escape.
I'll take them.
I'll just take my name.
You sure?
Yes. I'll be less.
All right.
Welcome to the team.
Thank you, sir. I love your sister.
Like right behind you.
Yeah.
I was like, no, but I will make it my point. Really?
Oh, I love your neck. You're her baby
She's
sister.
my baby.
One of my favorite people in the whole wide world. When she comes out, and I never see her.
She looks out. Yes.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and call us to order. We're running a little late. We only got Mr. Sox for an hour, so we'll try and get started here. Walter's been exiled to the kids' table, I see. Excellent. All right. Getting a little bit of feedback. All righty. So. Oh, we need Commissioner Cummings. I'm sorry. Carry on with your conversation. We'll await Commissioner's arrival.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right. So welcome to this meeting of the Children's Services Council of Leon County. First, I'd like to call on Ms. Jessica Taylor Goodman for the roll. Ms. Taylor Goodman, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, council members. Afternoon. Please answer your presence when I call your name. Mr. Walter Sox,
Present.
Mr. Mark O'Brien, Miss Liza McFadden, Principal Carmen Connor,
Present.
Honorable Jonathan Sherstrom,
Present.
Mr. Mark Mitchell. I'm sorry, Paul Mitchell, Mr. Superintendent Rocky Hanna,
Present.
Mr. Darrell Jones, Commissioner Carolyn Cummings,
Present.
and Dr. Zandra Glenn.
Present.
All right. Thank you. So it appears that we have a quorum. Indeed, we have all members are present. Next on the agenda is approval of the agenda. And I want to ask that we consider three changes to the agenda. First is I want to swear in our new member and welcome our newest member to the Leon County Children's Services Council. Thank you so much for your willingness to serve and for being here today. So I want to get new members sworn in. We're going to be introduced to the attorney that Mr. Granger is proposing represent us or provide legal services to us. And that lawyer, as all good lawyers do, has other places to be. So we're going to ask that we move that up on the agenda. And then approve the resolution to let us open a bank account. Ted, is that what you're asking?
Yes, sir.
All right, so those three agenda items, move swearing in new members, then contract services so we can meet our proposed council, and adoption of the resolution authorizing the opening of the bank account. We had voted a couple meetings ago that the signatories on the account is the chair and the interim administrator at this point. Do I have a motion? And a second? So Mr. Mitchell moves and Dr. Glenn second. Any discussion or debate?
Judge, I would just request that if possible, items 10 and 11 be moved up as high as they can, since I have a 3 o'clock departure.
All right. We'll treat that as an amendment. Needs Assessment Committee. Are you worried about being put on a Needs Assessment Committee if you leave today, Mr. Sox?
No issues, sir.
Any objection to that amendment to your motion?
No objection whatsoever.
All right, any discussion or debate? So we'll see any objection. So we'll see that motion passes, and that's how we'll do the agenda, and then we'll move back as it's written. Any other discussion of the agenda? Any other objections to the agenda? All right, so we'll show that the agenda is approved as amended. Swearing in of new members. This is your moment. Is it in what page, Jessica? So as it turns out, I don't know if any of you are a notary, but judges in the state of Florida are authorized to administer oaths. With your permission, I'd go ahead and swear you in as a member of the council at this time, if I can find the oath to read.
And Judge, I think also the superintendent,
And
as he wasn't.
Superintendent Hannah missed the swearing in with Judge Baker Carper. Jessica, do you have the oath for me? Can you point me to it? So the oath, I'm going to let you in on a secret. The oath is good, however I administer it. And I'm going to be able to do this from memory, and I think y'all are going to be just fine. So would you please stand up and raise your right hands? Repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will well and fully execute the duties of the office of member of the Children's Services Council of Leon County. I am duly qualified to hold this office. And I pledge to serve faithfully. So help me God. Welcome aboard, gentlemen. Off the top of my head. All right, so that brings us to contract services. I'm going to ask Mr. Granger to take over the meeting at this point. Mr. Granger, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then we'll need to approve the minutes before we carry on from the last meeting.
So you want us to approve the minutes before?
Whichever.
All right. Do we have a motion on the minutes?
I'll move the minutes from the last meeting.
I'll second those.
Motion's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes. Any discussion of the minutes from our meeting of June 15th of 2021? Objections, corrections, amendments to the minutes? Seeing none, any objection to the minutes? We'll show the minutes are approved. All right, now we're on contract services. Is that right, Mr. Granger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You have the floor.
Thank you. At the last meeting, I presented to you some information about a general counsel who I was going to recommend for your approval to act as general counsel to the council. And you requested more information. And as a result, I'd like to catch you up to speed and then introduce you to the gentleman who will be, who are proposing act in that capacity. As I mentioned last week, I was concerned that we ensure that the council have someone who has experience in working with councils of this type, and went to the Florida Bar and checked out the attorneys who have been certified in city, county, and local government law, focused on attorneys that are board certified and work in this area. I spoke or got proposals from 8 attorneys or law firms around town, and am recommending to you today Bryant Miller and Olive's Tallahassee office with board certified attorney Chris Rowe. He devotes his practice exclusively to state and local government matters. He has expertise in special district establishment and government and sunshine laws and ethics laws, and has practice areas in state and local government, labor and employment, and public-private partnership and government and procurement. Chris is here today with his law partner, Jolinda Herring, who is the firm's managing shareholder. And I'd like to ask her to step to the podium, if she will, if it's the council's pleasure, to introduce Mr. Rowe.
Very well. Thank you so much. Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Jolinda Herring with the law firm of Bryant Miller Olive, and I am the CEO and managing shareholder. And it is my pleasure to be here this afternoon. This is a very exciting time for Leon County and all that you're about to do for children. Just to tell you a little bit about our firm, we were established in 1970 right here in Leon County in the city of Tallahassee. And we are very proud of that tradition. We were started as a public finance firm at that time, and we have been doing work for both Leon County and the city of Tallahassee since about 1980 something, not quite sure exact the date, it was a little bit before me, but we continue to have that representation of which I am the lead attorney on both of those representations. But our firm also does local government work where we represent a number of local governments throughout the state of Florida, and we do a lot of special district work, including districts like Children's Services Council. And so we do have the expertise, we have the lawyers, we are committed to Leon County, to Tallahassee, and we're definitely committed to this mission because it is near and dear to our firm's heart as well. Many of us serve on the board of trustees. Our former managing shareholder was a trustee of Florida A&M University. I have been a trustee at Florida Memorial University, and I currently serve as a trustee at Fisk University. So as you can see, education and children is a part of who we are. And so we're very happy to be able to represent you if that is the will of this board. I'd like to introduce to you my partner, Chris Rowe, who will be doing the work. The two of us will be working together. In our firm, we always use a team concept. So if you cannot reach him, you can certainly reach out to me. I will always be apprised of what is happening, what's going on, so you will have the coverage that you need and the staff and everything to be able to represent you well. So I would like to introduce you to Chris Rowe.
Thank you, Jolinda, and good afternoon to the council. I am Chris Rowe. I'm a shareholder with Bryant Miller Olive. I figured I'd spend a few minutes describing my background, qualifications to serve as general counsel. The council is in fact inclined to appoint me. I went to law school here at Florida State University. I graduated in 2001. I was a law clerk with the firm during that time, where I worked pretty closely with senior attorneys who did local government work and assisted in researching a number of local government issues. The senior lawyers at the time told me that, hey, we don't have a position for you as an associate just yet. We expect the practice area to grow over time, and we'd like to have you come back. Why don't you go out into the job market and see if you can find a job working as an attorney locally. We'll have you back in about a year or so. With that news, I approached my trial practice professor, Nancy Daniels, who was at the time the public defender for the circuit. And I said, Ms. Daniels, by any chance, do you have a position for me at the public defender's office? And she said, well yes, actually, we have a need for someone in our juvenile division. Would you be interested in working in the juvenile division? I jumped at the opportunity. I spent the first year of my law practice as a public defender working in the juvenile division representing minors who had been faced with criminal offenses and defending them. against the charges they faced. After a year of doing that work, where I was in court just about every day representing juveniles, the firm called and said, hey, we are now ready to have you back as associate if you'd like to come. I enjoyed the work I did in the public defender's office on behalf of minors, but my true calling, I felt, was working with local governments. I was interested enough after the clerkship that I felt that was a good fit for me. So I accepted the invitation. I went back to the firm and I've been there ever since, about 20 years now in practice. I've done a wide range of local government projects, many times acting as special counsel, where I'll help a city or county attorney figure out a solution to a particularly vexing problem, an unusual problem that may not be in the skill set or the wheelhouse of the city or county attorney. I'll come in as a special counsel and help solve a problem. Maybe it's developing a new revenue source, figuring out how to pay for something, figuring out a way to accomplish an objective while observing the appropriate and applicable laws. In addition to the special counsel work I've done, I've also done general counsel work. In particular, I represent 2 special districts currently as their general counsel. These are educational facilities benefit districts, the first 2 of their kind established in the Central Florida area for purposes of providing school facilities. They're not involved in curriculum or administration of the facilities, merely they provide the box itself and provide for the financing of the school facilities. I've acted as general counsel for those districts since approximately 2003. And in that context, I regularly attend the board meetings. I advise the board members and staff on sunshine law, public records, ethics issues. I facilitate the election process anytime there's a referendum or a landowner election. I routinely draft ordinances, resolutions, interlocal agreements. Basically, the gamut of general counsel services. One of the things that appeals to me most about Bryant Miller Olive as a firm is the extent and breadth of our team. We have folks who practice in every area of the local government practice field. It's a niche. Local government is a niche area of the law. Within that niche, there are niches and subspecialties: procurement, labor and employment, public finance, et cetera. Although I am not an expert in each of those areas, I do have expertise in some, but I also have at my disposal a group of partners who collectively have experience in just about every area of local government law that one can envision. So if we were to be hired, it may be, particularly at first, this will be a somewhat new area of the law for me. I might not have a ready answer when asked a legal question. However, I'll be able to find that answer in short order, either by knowing exactly where to look to find the answer or by tapping into the expertise of my collective partnership, all of whom are ready, willing, able to serve this council if we are selected. And with that, I'm glad to answer any further questions the council might have about me, my background, or my interest in serving this very important mission.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rowe. Any questions for Mr. Rowe? Questions for Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe, were you in the public defender's office the day that I started as a judge, perhaps?
I was, sir.
I
Practiced before you every day for almost the entirety of my full year there.
other than the hair color, you have not changed a bit.
Say haircut or hair color?
No, the cut is exactly the same. It's the hair color that has changed.
You're supposed to tell Your Honor, he hasn't changed a bit either.
Oh.
Right, that is very true.
Oh, thank you. I will say Mr. Rowe was an outstanding public defender. Ms. Commissioner Cummings?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And I want to just thank Mr. Rowe for his presentation. Not familiar with him, and I just want the council to know that I am familiar with Attorney Jolinda Herring. She and I have worked on several projects before. Some years ago, she was actually bond counsel for the county of Leon County with the bond initiative. So I trust Mr. Rowe, but I trust Attorney Jolinda Herring even more because I know she's very competent. So I would move for approval
There's a
of the
motion.
contract.
I'll
There
second.
is a
Motion by Commissioner Cummings, second by Member Mitchell. Objections or discussions or debate? Yes, Dr. Glenn.
Nothing against you guys because I love you. And I really think that you all are highly qualified to do this work. My question is with regards to, I guess, the compensation. Are we voting right now to just hire them, or are we asking questions about the level of compensation that's required for the organization. So I just want clarity as to what we're voting on right now.
Right now, as I understand it, it's to engage, and then we would task Mr. Granger with reaching an agreement with the firm.
The letter of agreement that we have been working on would call for a rate of $275 per hour for shareholders, $215 for associates, and $75 for paralegal.
So that's not the issue. I'm fine with that. It's the following paragraph that I had an issue with, where they are to be reimbursed for these travel expenses and out-of-pocket expenses. I just want to make sure there's a cap on that. It says reasonable. I have no idea what reasonable means. So I would like to cap that amount. So, they would get their regular rate, but for all of these other expenses to a total amount or a maximum amount, and then we won't provide any additional funding beyond that, because as of right now, it's limitless. So that was my only concern.
Yes, we can add that into the contract at, let's say, $200 without prior approval.
Sounds good. All right. I just wanted to make sure that's was what we were trying to approve at this point. So thank you.
And I would ask Chris, does that sound reasonable?
Yes, absolutely. The expenses that paragraph addresses are things of like travel, though I know that there would not be any travel expenses for routine appearances and attendance at board meetings. If there was an event that the board directed me to attend in Orlando, for instance, and I had to rent a car or perhaps spend the night, and we generally would seek reimbursement for that. Oftentimes we seek reimbursement for printing and copying, photocopying, sending of fax in the old days. We can certainly limit those expenses to, as Mr. Granger points out, a set dollar amount above which we won't go unless we receive additional approval.
I appreciate that. As I read this, I just read that paragraph and thought this could go anywhere, so I just wanted to make sure we kept that amount. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Glenn. Any other comments or discussions? And any objection to giving Mr. Granger authority to execute a services agreement with Bryant, Miller, and Olive? Seeing no objections, we'll show the motion approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Welcome aboard. Great to work with you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. And now I know you got something else you got to do. So thank you so much for taking the time to be with us this afternoon.
You're welcome. And I note that Joe Linda does have a prior engagement. However, I can stay.
We wish you would. I expect we might need some advice.
Very, very good. I do have a city council meeting to attend virtually at 5:30, so probably 4:45-ish I'll need to take my leave.
Fair enough. Thank you so much, Mr. Rowe. Appreciate that very much. So now, resolution authorizing opening of a bank account. This is at page 40 of 44. It says we can open a bank account. It says that the signatories on the account are Mr. Granger and I.
I'll make a motion to approve the opening of a bank account with the signatories being Mr. Granger and Judge Shorstrom.
Resolution moves. Is there a second?
I second, Your Honor.
Commissioner Cummings seconds. Mr. Mitchell moves. Commissioner Cummings seconds. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Any objection? All right. So we'll show that the resolution is approved. Now we're moving to interlocal agreement. This is the agreement by which we agree to pay the county back the loan that they're making to us. And that is at.
It's on page 26.
Thank you. Page 26. And this was drawn by County Attorney Osteen, is who prepared this document. So what I would ask for is a motion to grant me authority to execute this agreement, or Mr. Granger to execute this agreement. Mr. Granger, did we talk about whether it was going to be me or you signed it?
With me, if it's the pleasure of the council.
So the motion is for Mr. Granger to be able to execute this interlocal agreement.
And if I might, just to bring up, it's a 6-page document that has a lot of language in it. But the bottom line is it provides that the county will loan the Children's Services Council $400,000. It becomes effective when the agreement is filed with the clerk of the circuit court. It will be distributed to the CSC in increments of up to $100,000. It bears an interest rate of 1.5% per year. It must only be expended for CSC operating expenses, and it must be repaid by the CSC no later than September 30th, 2022.
All right, very well. Is there a motion?
I'll move the approval of the item giving Mr. Granger authority to enter into the interlocal agreement on behalf of the CSC.
Is there a second? So it's moved by Commissioner Mitchell, seconded by Council Member McFadden. Any discussion?
Just a question. At one point in time, and 1.5% is extremely reasonable, of course, but I thought at one point in time, there was a discussion of this being an interest-free loan. Was that ever, did I imagine that?
So I don't think you did imagine that, but I don't really remember how we went from 0 to 1.5%. Ted, Mr. Granger, do you have any idea?
Yes, it was originally 0, and once the county considered it, as I understand it, they felt that 1.5% was a reasonable amount.
I have a question. There's no penalty for early payoff. We could pay it off immediately.
No penalty, which means at the end of next year, it would be approximately $6,000 in interest. If it gets paid off in December, when the millage starts being collected in December, it would be a very small amount.
Any other discussion, questions, comments? Commissioner Cummings?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It was discussed too and explained to us by the county administrator that, he looked at whether that could occur, but it's just not good business, not good representation for taxpayers to, give the loan tax-free. So the county assessed the lowest interest they could, which was 1.5.
Yeah. Any other discussion?
Judge, just a quick comment. Since there's a potential for getting it $100,000 a month, I would suppose that would start at the point of the agreement. I would encourage not signing it in June. And if we don't need it in July, don't sign it till August, because you're just going to incur interest for no reason and sit on $100,000 in a bank not being used. So hold off on agreeing to it or signing it till we need it.
Very well.
The only thing I would point out is that, no, it doesn't bother me, but we are actually spending money. Mr. Granger, we hired at the beginning of June. Now, I mean, but so if we were going to do it, I think it's a good point. There's no reason to draw it all down. We may not need it.
Let's draw it down in increments. Can we draw it down in increments?
Yeah, so I know you said $100,000 increments. Can we draw it down in smaller increments than that?
Yes, sir. And Mr. Sox, your point is well taken. So we'll proceed accordingly.
But Mr. Granger will only work for free for so long, I'm guessing, and Mr. Rowe will not work at all for free is my expectation. Even if his managing partner is not here at this moment. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Any additional discussion of the interlocal agreement? Any objection to granting Mr. Granger that authority? All right, we will show that resolution passing unanimously. The interlocal agreement is approved. That brings us to creation of Needs Assessment Committee, number 11 on our.
Judge.
Yes.
What about public comment?
We are going to do that after this. So Mr. Sox, at the very beginning, when we were reordering the agenda, Mr. Sox has to leave. So he asked that we do 10 and 11 first, and then we do public comment. We typically do public comment the very first thing. We were trying to get some business done before Mr. Sox had to leave.
Well,
Okay.
if I may offer,
Please.
regarding the items 10 and 11, I can imagine that there would be great public comment regarding those agenda items, most specifically. For us to deal with those items without having heard from the public, I think puts us in an unintended tenable position. And so that's why I asked whether there be public comment before we deal with those matters.
So fair enough. Do you want to move to withdraw the approval of the interlocal agreement, or?
I defer to you. I'm just in terms of the management of our time. I just can't imagine us dealing with those, again, with those items without public comment. And I
Fair enough.
defer to the will of, the consensus of my colleagues, but I just think that ought to be considered.
Judge, just a quick comment. You had mentioned that needs assessment committee was going to be next. I think if public comment was next, then we could get to the budget and then the needs assessment.
All right, fair enough. So you want to,
Public comment now.
all right, so the motion is for public comment now. Is there a second? Moved and second, discussion, debate, objection, public comment now. All right, so the agenda is once again reordered. Public comment now. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Granger to announce the rules of public comment. Go ahead, Mr. Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a lot to talk about today, a budget to approve, which is probably going to take a lot of time. So I've been asked to moderate this with a limit of 2.5 minutes per speaker. I will call the speakers out. Your time will begin when you begin talking, and I'll let you know when you have a few seconds left. The first speaker is Roger Osborne.
Thank you. My name is Roger Osborne, 2205 Colony Way. I'm here was asked to come here to speak about the millage rate that you all are considering today, whether to do it in increments or do it to the maximum at one time. I'm here to represent small businesses in Leon County and to let you know that in full disclosure, I was against establishment of this council because I did not see the proper needs assessment being done ahead of time, knowing where the money was going, and in the timing of this tax happened to the business owners and residents of this county right after this pandemic. I'm here to let you know that the small businesses in this county after this pandemic are hanging by a thread. My tenants are hanging by a thread. As a property owner and landlord, we are, and I speak for a lot of the property owners in Young County, to keep these businesses alive during this pandemic, we have had to give them free rent, reduced rent, and we've, as property owners, we have absorbed this. At this time, to increase taxes, this is the wrong time. This pandemic has accelerated the e-commerce effect on retail businesses in this country, compacted it in 10 years. The effect, more people have moved to e-commerce. So your retail businesses have been absolutely slammed this last year and a half. This is not a time to raise taxes. If you have to, you're going to have to do your millage rate. So I ask that you do the minimum amount that meets only your budget and do the proper needs assessment. And the last thing I asked, I was against this council. So what I'm asking is for you to do it right and prove me wrong. Never do I, when I say I want to be proved wrong, but I hope you do it right and prove me wrong and do this and impose this tax in an incremental fashion so that the impact is, we can easily absorb the impact as it happens, as you need the money. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Dr. Benny Bolden.
Dr. Benny Bolden, proud principal of R. Frank Nims Middle School, 3032 Godfrey Place, Tallahassee, Florida. I'm here first and foremost to thank the Children's Service Council for your overseeing of the funding. I stand today to speak for the voiceless. Those are students that I see each and every day. Those individuals will never come in this room and speak to you and never tell you the needs that they have. But you are here tasked to serve them. And I'm simply asking that we do what we can to support our students. All of the comments I heard so far is about adults. I'm simply here to talk about children. These children need our support. They need you to do what you can to make sure we have the resources and the tools needed to make sure that they get what they need to survive. I want to tell you a story really quickly, not to get into a political war, but our former President Donald Trump took a loan from his father. It is that loan that propelled him to have a multi-billion-dollar business and put him in a position that he can run for the highest office of the land. I'm simply asking you to do that for the children that we serve each and every day. Give them the resources, the tools that they need so they too can have those same opportunities. Ecclesiastes 10 says, money answereth all things. Now, I'm not getting into theology or biblical study, but I'm simply telling you money can answer this. And I need the money in order to make sure that those families, those communities, those students get the resources that they need. God bless you and thank you.
Next speaker is Michael Davidson.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Michael Davidson. I live at 1257 Redfield Road here in Tallahassee. I was curious about the needs assessment. The Tallahassee Democrat says that you guys are thinking about spending $300,000 on needs assessment. I got a few needs I'd like to suggest that don't need to be assessed like that. A few needs like this. These children need to stay in school until they graduate. They don't need to drop out and form a gang. I can tell you right now, 40 years ago, I was general counsel with the Parole Commission, so I've got a bit of a background in this thing. Right now, 90% of the youthful offenders that are incarcerated in this nation are there coming from fatherless families. That's another matter that needs to be looked at, okay? And they need to be taught, if and when they become a father, to be an active participating father in the rearing of their child, okay? 1965, Daniel Patrick Moynihan, an academician and New York State, U.S. Senator from New York, did a thorough study of the inner city problems. And one of the things he bemoaned at that time was that the illegitimate birth rate was at 25%. It's now 75%. That is a cycle of poverty. The mother must take care of the child. She can't advance her career. It's a burden. And then the child sees what mom does and repeats it all over again. Somebody's got to be able to say to these children, there's more to being a human being than just being around. You must engage yourself to the welfare of your children and your benefit of your own careers. These children need to be taught that it is a personal item of responsibility to behave in a normal manner, to appreciate others, to appreciate the property of others, and to understand that we're all God's children. We're all in this together. And we need to come together. And it's not just bricks and mortar. It's not just shoes and clothes. If that's all you do, you're going to let this whole thing continue all over again to give more children more shoes and bricks and mortar. The problem is going to be coming from within the child and teaching the child what it is to be a human being. Thank you.
All speakers, please announce your name and your address when you at the beginning of your comments. Next speaker is Rick Lockenbach.
Rick Lockenbach, 1012 Suda Road. Last week I spoke to you about Trent Lee, age 19, and Marion Zones, 16, who were gunned down in 2019 after they left the North Florida Fair, walking down Monroe Street to meet with one of their parents. According to the Democrat, this was one of multiple recent shootings between two Tallahassee gangs, one in the north side and another in the south side. August 2020, another shooting that allegedly was gang-related. 19-year-old Ladarius Campbell was arrested and charged with murder at for the shooting at a convenience store in Frenchtown. An innocent bystander, Centel DeShazio, 40, was killed. He just happened to be there at the time. This month, the Democrat reported that there was an 18-year-old who was charged with murder and attempted murder for the shooting in April of Javaris Miller outside Griffin Heights apartment building. FDLE has just reported an increase in the number of murders in Leon County in 2019 to 2020 from 21 to 29. Old Child Leon's 21 report says there are an average of 861 juvenile arrests from 1998 to present. They've also report that in Leon County, according to DJJ figures, 43% of youth who have successfully completed a DJJ residential program have reoffended within a year after release from their program. There's some questions that come to mind here. Will we say that we will solve this problem and the other problems with our children in this community by a law enforcement solution? Adding more sheriffs.
15 seconds.
Sheriffs and police on the streets. I implore you, levy the maximum millage of 0.5, and I don't believe you'll be able to use it all in the first year. Carry it forward in future years so we can do right by our children. Thank you.
The next speaker is Neil Skeen.
Your Honor, members of the council, I'm Neil Skeen. I live at 3311 Remington Run. I've been public about my support for the full half mil and carrying that forward. I won't repeat that in particular, but thinking about this, some of you know that I worked with George Sheldon in both Florida, child welfare, and Illinois. George used to talk about kid time. He said, if you ask a young child how long it is till Christmas, they'll say it feels like forever. He would go around saying, children can't wait. We have to have a sense of urgency. Bob Butterworth, when he was here, had the 2-cent solution. Use common sense and a sense of urgency. A young man named Josh Shipp, who used to be in foster care in Missouri, goes around the country now talking about the needs of children in foster care. And he takes with him a big jar with 6,574 marbles in it. And those 6,574 marbles are one marble for every day in a child's life between the day he or she is born and the day they turn 18. If you think about a child at age 3, more than 1,000 of those marbles are gone, representing 1,000 days. That's the length of time of John F. Kennedy's presidency. It's the length of time that Anne Boleyn was married to Henry VIII before she was executed. A lot can happen in 1,000 days. At the age of 6, more than 2,000 marbles are gone. At the age of 9, when a child is reaching 4th grade, I guess that would be, half the marbles are gone. Each marble, each day in a child's life has a sense of urgency and can make a difference in the life of that child. Do your work with a sense of urgency. Put the money forward that you need. I agree with these speakers who were opposing. We ought to do a great job with this council. Do it well, use the money wisely, but use the money that you have available. Thank you.
Next speaker is Erwin Jackson.
Erwin Jackson, 1327 Jackson Bluff. Spoke last week about the needs assessment. I hope what's included when you say a needs assessment is also assessment of the 150 or so programs that the taxpayer is already paying for. I assume that's both part of the needs assessment. Secondly, to share with you, for about 10 years, I worked for the state and I was involved in budget preparations. And the only thing I really remember from back then is we were always asked to ask for all the money we could get, and we were always required to spend every penny we got. I don't think that's the way government should work. I think that's the way government does work. I'm hoping this body will look at it differently. Let's look at what you're going to be needing, your needs this year, then ask the taxpayer, surprise the taxpayer, and only ask for what you need this year. And I tell you, there'll be less people coming back next year if you follow that philosophy. We've heard other speakers say, we've not done an assessment. We don't know. I've got some personal ideas of what we ought to spend $10 million on, but that's not the assessment. And don't ask for $10 million this year if you only need $1 million or $1.5 million. It seems simple to me. And I appreciate it, and I wish you good luck. I appreciate you volunteering your time. And I also think the proposal I saw was something around a 0.05, and I would certainly strongly encourage that. Come back when you know what you're going to spend the money for next year. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Jenny Daly.
Good afternoon, council members. It is an honor indeed to speak to you all and to see you seated before me as a Children's Services Council. As many of you know, my husband and I have been very involved in the effort to get and bring a Children's Services Council to Leon County. So we're so thrilled to see you all seated and working. It truly is an exciting time for Leon County. This process started when my husband, our mayor, brought this to the county commission agenda in this very room in the spring of 2018. And since that time, we have had a long-standing public comment and outreach and engagement process throughout that period, where we have communicated with voters, where we have communicated and worked with the services provider community, and we have brought all the stakeholders to the table, and that resulted in the planning committee's needs assessment that you all already have. So I would like to make 3 points before you today. First, we already have 2 needs assessments now that you can use now to begin providing services. You have the needs assessment that the county commission prepared that was hundreds of pages, gathering reports and data from a variety of sources in the summer of 2018. And then you have the detailed needs assessment that was prepared by the planning committee at the end of 2019. So that's the first point. The second point is our children in Tallahassee are in need now, today. So I want you all to remember that as you all are making your decisions. And the data before you in these needs assessments will tell you they're going to bed hungry. They're going to bed without stable homes. They are in need today. And like Mr. Skeen said, the days are slipping away. And so the sooner we act and the sooner we begin, the better for all of our community. So third, I'd like to bring to you to ask you to adopt the budget and millage rate that can allow us to get going and providing services sooner rather than later. I would prefer to see you all adopt the 0.5 millage rate, but
15 seconds.
Thank you, but I support the compromise solution that was discussed earlier with the 0.375 at your budget committee, because I think that that respects the concerns raised by some of the more conservative members of the council, but also respects the needs of the children in our community. So thank you so much for your service. I genuinely, candidly, I'm so thankful to see you all here, and I appreciate your time.
Next speaker, Justin Fitzpatrick.
And as we wait for the next speaker, I just want to thank you and your husband and everyone else that was involved in your leadership and all of your hard work and efforts that you put forth during that 2-year process.
Good afternoon. My name is Justin Fitzpatrick. I live at 2000 Merchants Row Boulevard, Tallahassee, Florida, 32311. And I come to speak from the voice of the youth. I'm 24 years old. I'm probably the youngest person in the room at these meetings, but the conversations are happening between us as well. And we are with a watchful eye watching this commission and making sure and ensuring that this is an equitable process for all of the youth in Tallahassee. As Dr. Bolden stated earlier, just being a voice to the voiceless and ensuring that the youth of our community are all served equally and that every member of this community is served equally. So just saying that the youth of your community that from the ages of 18 to 25 years old are watching this council, and we are having the conversations to ensure that this council does everything in an equitable way. Thank you.
Next speaker, Sergeant Mike Wallace.
Thank you. I'm Sergeant Michael Wallace, 4579 Briar Post Road. I'm speaking on behalf of Sheriff Walt McNeil, and I'm not the orator he is or as good looking as he is, so I'm going to try my best. I'm also coming to you not only as a member of law enforcement in Leon County Sheriff's Office, but as a board member of Whole Child Leon. Voters in Leon County have already approved the 0.5 millage rate. That is not for debate, that is actually happening. Specifically to benefit the children of Leon County, which many of you may not ever see. A lot of them are faceless, a lot of them are nameless to you, but I can assure you, men and women in law enforcement, we see them every day. And most times we see them at their worst. Whole Child Leon has already gone through, it's been a most amazing board to be a part, but they have already gone through a very extensive needs assessment. When I hear needs assessments, there's a couple ways to do it. We can put a bunch of stumbling blocks in the way, or we can do like we do in law enforcement. You assess the need and you get to the emergency. While we want the council to exercise fiscal responsibility, we also know that the children in our community need resources now. You see, when you're hungry, you don't want someone to make you a 5-course meal and take 2 hours to do it. You'll take whatever you can in the few seconds that they can get you something to eat. Sheriff McNeil believes that prevention measures provide far better outcomes than intervention, rehabilitation, and incarceration. When you look at it, the 0.5 millage rate is pennies compared to what it costs us annually to incarcerate youth in this community. To incarcerate and to prosecute the youth, if we can just 10%, our actions today, if we can just reduce 10%.
15 seconds.
We can do so much. Leon County Sheriff's Office, through its All In initiative, we want to be on the cutting edge. We want to make Leon County, we want to lead Leon County in being a safe place to live, work, and play. Without implementing this now, you guys you may be vicariously making our job a little harder for this summer. We've just enjoyed our crime rate dipping down, but we're going into the period where our juvenile crimes while out of school, not engaged, programs for them tend to go up. So while you're thinking about it, think about those children that you may not have seen and that we will have to see sometimes in their darkest hour. Thank you.
Next speaker, Courtney Atkins.
Good afternoon, members. Thank you for your time. You may remember 3 weeks ago, I brought our 2021 critical issues report to you. It has come to our attention on page 14 that despite the many eyes on this report, there was one transposed figure. We have rectified that not only on our website, but in this hard copy. And I just wanted to leave these for you so that you have the perfect report. So I'm going to just maybe set them here and you all can. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, Jack Levine.
Thank you. Jack Levine, 2101 Ridgetop Drive, 44-year resident of Leon County. As some of you know, I have traveled the state for quite a number of decades to look at innovative solutions to problems. And the word that has been said by our good sheriff's representative and others in this room is, to me, the operative word: prevention, keeping bad things from happening. We have the technology, we have the research, and we have the tools to do it. What is needed most is the fuel to get us to our destination. And that fuel is not only dollars, but it's time. It's time for our children. It's hours for the asking, both with an H and without an H. I've deliberated as to what to give you substantively from these 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And I'm going to favor the compromise proposal that I'm sure we're going to hear today, that we heard at the Budget Committee, which is 0.375, to get us started in a healthy way, in a responsible way, so that we can move forward with what is needed in both the research and the model programming. And I'd like you to consider a part of that to be a very organized volunteer program, which, as some of you know, I call time philanthropy, that matches the dollars and moves forward with giving the young people that they need, which is the wisdom of the ages and the energy and enthusiasm of community. This is about family, even though that's not in the name of your council. This is about family. Thank you very much.
That's the last speaker, Mr. Chair.
Very well.
Oh, excuse me.
Come on up.
Sorry. Excuse me, Mr. Stanley Sims.
That's okay. I always like to make a grand entrance. My name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320 Avondale Way. Let me say this. I was opposed to this, and Ms. Liz, so good to see you. But confession is always good for the soul. And I'm so glad the mayor's wife is here, because I remember being at the Minority Big B and Town Hall meeting and pulled her to the side, Mark, and you know how I pulled, don't you? You know? And I said, the reason why I am opposed this is because it takes 18 months for some money to hit the Black community. Well, she said, no, I'm working on it. I see my other good friend over there, Amber. Stanley, we're addressing all of those issues. I talked about the diversity of this board. Praise be to God. Look at you, you're beautiful up there. Even you, Judge, you know, I'm on probation now. So, you know, I can say these things. As an ex-felon, one who missed out on this opportunity, listen at the language, Mark. The ones that are against this program says, these children. My good friend, Jack, who loves me sometimes and really wonders why he messes with me other times, he comes up here and he says, our children. So to this board who has been entrusted to make decisions on taxpayer dollars for our, glory be to God. I'm trying to do good, Carolyn. Am I doing okay so far? You know, our children. They deserve the 5. They deserve the 5. But if Jack can compromise, I'm going to compromise. And I'm going to pray that this catches on fire all the way up to Congress
At
15
Mitch.
seconds.
How many more minutes?
15 seconds.
Oh, you, all right. Our children, the need is clear for the assessment. When I'm going to jail, do you need to do a needs assessment that I'm in trouble? Or do we solve the internet problem and then we do a needs assessment to how we prevent that from happening? When a building is on fire, do we let it burn and do a needs assessment?
Time is up.
I'm gone. Boom, shakalaka.
My name is Vaughn Wilson, 4317 Calcutta Court. I don't know, I was one of the early ones here and my card got lost, but many have repeated what I wrote, so I compressed and scratched out a lot, so I won't be here long. As approved by a majority of 65%, virtually a supermajority, the local electorate during the November 2020 general election, the Children's Services Council of Leon County has been established to provide children with early learning, reading skills, development, treatment, preventative, and other children's services. It will take a yeoman's effort. I urge you to not be swayed by public opinion. Everyone here had the opportunity to apply to the council. You have been selected and appointed. Your decisions to affect and enhance early childhood experiences for needy youth could shape their lives in not only the short term, but long term as well. Don't get me wrong. I'll feel a little sting during property taxes time, just like the next guy. But this is a community problem, and it's going to take our community to solve it. Why is there such youth violence? I submit that there's a direct correlation between career outlooks and submission to street activity. Where there's no hope, the streets openly welcome you. We have to draw a line in the sand, and this council has the ability to jumpstart the process. The younger we can inject hope into youth without the resources, parental oversight, hereditary traits, diminished life outlooks, or whatever would deflect them from desiring to be an upstanding citizen in our society, the better our chances. I've met too many youth who are convinced they don't have a chance. How dangerous is that? And finally, here is assembled as an impressive cross-section of our community, people who care about our kids. I am thankful that my wife and I just sent our second of two children to college. They're both students in FAMU. It wasn't easy with two parents with college degrees and full-time jobs. Your job is to assist those who don't have that. Thank you.
That's the last speaker, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to so much to everyone who came out and gave us the benefit of your wisdom and experience and your advice to us. And we hope we honor your presence and input today by the decisions that we'll make. Thank you all for coming out today. So Walter, did you want us to go to item 11 or item 12?
I think it's 10 and 11, right? Is it the budget and the millage?
11 is needs assessment.
I've got an agenda that has a different number than you have, Judge, so.
I've got a different agenda. I'm sorry about that. I got the double secret expanded agenda.
Interim council budget. I think that's.
Approve interim council budget is what we're on now. So as y'all know, as far as the setting of the millage rate, I'm not permitted to participate in the setting of the millage rate banned by the statute. So this time I'm going to turn this over to Principal Connor to run this part of the meeting, and I will sit silent.
All righty. So at this time, this is the fourth time that we've come to this discussion. And it's time for us to come to a conclusion to this discussion. So Mr. Paul Mitchell is going to share with us the report from the Budget Committee so that we can form our discussion.
So thank you. Let me start with the the last meeting and the direction that I was asked to pursue. The direction was this. There were a whole bunch of different comments that were made that I did my best to incorporate into a proposed base budget. In addition, several of you asked that I come back with three suggestions. I've done that, and I'm going to add slight caveat that there are as many options in terms of a millage rate as you can count between about $1 million of a base budget to keep this organization going and to fund a needs assessment, and the 9.8 million, which would be the max that we could assess on the taxpayers and the property owners of Leon County. So I wasn't going to come up with 8.8 million choices for you all, but I did come back with three. One of the things that came out of the budget committee, and several of the members of the public have spoken to it, so that means that they were sitting here while we were talking about it. And that is a fourth number, but there are as many numbers as you want. And I think that all of us have been provided the millage rate and the total revenue that could be collected starting at 0 mills and moving its way up in increments to the 0.5 max. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start where we left at the last meeting, and I'm going to talk about the four buckets of funding. The first bucket is the base budget. And if you look, yesterday evening, Mr. Granger emailed to everyone a spreadsheet. That spreadsheet has 16 months on it. The first four are the interim budget, our mini year, which would be June through September 30th. And then a fiscal year 21-22 budget that would start on October 1 and go through September 30th of 2022. We put it on one sheet so that because that is what we are going to be asking the taxpayers to give us to fund that 16-month period. The bare bones budget, we had a choice. I could have shown $400,000 of the advance that the county was giving us coming in and then going out, but it's a wash. Other than the interest that is going to be paid to the county, that $400,000 is not, from an accounting perspective, it's easy or just not to include it because it's the same money. So that is the only thing that you're not going to see on this base budget. But I would draw your attention to several things on the base budget.
Mr. Chair, just I saw some people flipping in your board meeting packet. You'll see this material on pages 35, 34, 35, 36. And the 16-month base budget that is on the screen right now was a handout that was in your place when you sat down. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
At the budget committee meeting, I made a point of suggesting that a budget can dictate policy and a policy can dictate budget. For example, Mr. Sachs at the last meeting talked about the need for community involvement and having someone engage the community in what we have to offer, perhaps training them on how to apply for grants and the like. That's a policy decision of creating that position. I took Mr. Sachs's comments and I heard sort of, Dr. Glenn, you weren't here, but there were a lot of people who kind of were shaking their heads, yes. And I took that as, I did my best mind reading, I guess, and I took that as an indication that the council would like to embrace that position. That's a policy decision that now finds its way into the budget, and it is a base budget. The base budget, if you were to take the base budget and multiply it, we are required by law to have reserves. Reserves can be whatever percentage we assign. The reason I came up with 5% was it is what I used in 3 agencies whose budget I did. It could be 2%, it could be 3%, but 5% seemed like a reasonable number. I've used it before and it worked. So it is the base budget plus 5% of the base budget. And that is the first number that I would offer to you. I heard somebody mention the $300,000 needs assessment. There is $300,000 budgeted for the needs assessment. That doesn't mean we're going to spend $300,000. But as I was listening to the council at the last meeting, it's more than just a needs assessment. It's not just a matter of finding out what does the community think it needs, but also what are the current offerings of programs that are being provided, and how can we best combine those to meet the gaps of services that are not being provided to the kids in this community. So, bucket one, base needs assessment, base budget that includes $300,000. It is a ballpark number. It could be 200,000, it could be 250,000. I would be shocked if it went to 300,000. This is our first budget. This is not going to be precise science. There is a little bit of art here. But I'm erring in each one of these categories on the side of caution, of having more money and not less, not finding ourselves in a difficult spot where a program might come forward that we would like to fund and we don't have the money to do so. So for those of you who think that what I've done is irresponsible because I've overshot the runway, I apologize, but I'm being honest with you, that's what I did. Bucket one. Bucket two is 5% of whatever we decide is the total budget. And that is the reserves that is required by law. That number obviously is going to change. Mr. Sox at the last meeting asked that I do that based on whatever the millage rate we assessed was going to be. So let's just say in the case of going for the full 0.5, it is 5% of $9.8 million would go into reserves, which would be $490,000. The purpose of reserves is just that. It is reserving in case we have an additional need. It's an important number to remember regardless of where you come down in terms of the millage rate, because it's a lot of money and it really can fund programs. Bucket three is the Sox role. Mr. Sox in our first or second meeting mentioned the fact that our fiscal year begins on October 1, but the tax dollars don't start to come in. He mentioned November, technically it's December. We've created a fund, which is 1/12, which is 1 month, of the millage rate for the full 0.5 mils. It is the maximum amount, and I've applied that regardless of which bucket which millage rate you fall on, with one exception, and that is the bare bones budget. It does not include nearly $800,000 that is the 13th month fund. I mentioned the fact that the funds will not start rolling in until December 1, which would really beg the question, well, why the heck not a 14th month fund? And what I would say is, again, this is our first year. I am hopeful that we will generate enough in resources from the taxpayers to not just have a 13-month fund, but perhaps prepare ourselves for our first real fiscal year where we have a real budget based on some historical perspective. And we will be able to sort of fund ourselves appropriately for fiscal year 2022, 2023, which seems like an eternity, but it will be here before we know it. The final bucket is, I think, what everyone in this room is here for. And that's a question that all 10 of us have to think about. It's what's left. If, for example, you were to look at the base budget and you were to say, okay, yeah, you've added a little cushion there, but I'm comfortable with that base budget. In the event that we haven't thought of something, there's enough in that base budget that we can cover it. And I'm glad you went with the 5%. And I'm glad you went with the 13th month. Now, what's left to fund? What's left to fund? And that's question one that I think you should ask yourself. And question two, what are we ready to fund? If I combine the group that spoke today and this group that spoke last week, I would say that, and I said this at the very first meeting, I voted for the Children's Services Council. I think it's a great idea. I fully anticipate being here a year from now and asking the taxpayers for the full millage rate, because I think that we'll know how to spend it wisely. But I think the second question we have to ask ourselves is, how much can we spend this year without a needs assessment having been done? For those of you who are here during the budget committee, Commissioner Cummings raised some, I think, really important questions. And I made an error in how I was answering her questions initially. I talk about the importance of a needs assessment, and that's why we put it into the budget, and that it's more than just, do a quick survey. As a former member of Whole Child Leon, I'm very familiar with the Whole Child Leon needs assessment. That is not a needs assessment. It's really good. It's a really good guide to what's going on in the life of a child in Leon County, but it's not enough. Not in my opinion. And this is coming from a guy who supported it for 4.5 years as a board member. I think we need more. I also think that we have to ask ourselves the question of trust. If we were rolling in cash right now, there wouldn't really be a need for a Children's Services Council. The local government could support all of the community's needs. But that's not happening. There's a reason 65% voted the way they did. So that fourth bucket is what I would encourage you all to think about. And all you have to do in terms of the 5% is kind of a rounding error. It's real money, so I don't want to be flippant about it, but it is a rounding error, whether it's 5% of 9.8 million, 5% of 4.9 million, or 5% of 1 million. That's the only number that's going to change in any of these equations. It's a matter of how much do you want to spend between December 1? This is because Commissioner Cummings appropriately pointed out that there's no requirement that we have the results of a needs assessment back before spending. So between December 1 of 2021 and September 30th of 2022, how much do you want to spend? The real important piece of paper to look at is the one that I think was just handed out to everybody last. It was not part of the email, and that is.
Can I make a comment? I disagree with your assessment that that money has to be spent.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna lay this out. It doesn't have to be spent, Superintendent. It can be collected and reserved for an additional day.
And Mayor, if I may also add, and I'm new to this, so I'd like y'all to perhaps provide me with a little grace and leniency as I come up to speed. If we collect more than the amount of our budget, those monies go into reserve for us to be utilized after we are fully operational, and those monies will not go away, but instead be added to, for lack of a better word, the pool that will be available to meet what we know are the largest of children's needs that are found. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
And I wasn't entirely sure about that. And that's what I thought was most critical as we continue to talk about these conversations relative to our budget and the amount of money that we can collect. I also, and we continue to talk about a needs assessment. And if I may ask this question as well, particularly of Judge Sorstrom and Superintendent Hannah, who I know were a part of the original planning for this initiative. Was there not? Oh, Mark was on that committee too. Okay, I apologize. I didn't know Mark, forgive me. But I do know that there was exhaustive commentary over the course of 18 months to include the Alice report that came to us from United Way, which is a needs assessment done by our community. Was that not satisfactory to be able to inform our work moving forward? I know that the three of you were a part of that process for 18 months. And so that's why I wonder, what is the necessity of spending money on a needs assessment when we already have existing needs assessments that have already been brought to the planning committee for consideration that led to the language that ultimately was on the ballot?
I'm happy to comment on that one because I was involved in that process and very much supportive of the CSC all the way along. What the needs assessment, what the work that was done prior to bring this forward was to establish that there are, in fact, major needs across the community with children. No doubt about that. The reason why we are being requested, and I think it's a part of our responsibility, we've been told that we need to conduct a needs assessment, is because $9 million, $10 million is not as much money as people think it is. There are needs, no question. 100 million probably is not enough to address the needs. The work that we've done is just to establish that there are needs. I think the next level for us is to determine, okay, we have this opportunity to really apply some resources to address needs. But in any case, whatever business you're in, whatever work you do, in healthcare, we recognize this. There are certain things you can do 1,000 things and move an inch. You can do 3 things and move a mile. We don't have the ability to touch everything. So we need to figure out what those 3 things are to move a mile. They are going to have the biggest impact on children's lives and benefit the community that we serve, and these children are going to be a part of our community. So that being said, I think that's why we need a needs assessment at that level to help us better understand what are those things that are going to be best impacted by the limited resources we have.
Could I respond? So completely accurate, what Mr. O'Brien said. I'm not going to say anything at all about what y'all should do. I don't have any authority to vote on a millage, but I was there and I chaired the the planning committee. There's a technical reason why it's not a needs assessment, and it's because the planning committee didn't have authority to do the needs assessment. Under 125-901B1, I'm sorry, B2, it says immediately after appointment, the council identify and assess needs of children in the county and submit to the governing body of each county a written description of. And it says the activities to be provided, the anticipated schedule, the manner in which children will be served, the special outreach efforts to be undertaken for at-risk, abused, or neglected children, the manner in which the council will seek to provide funding, strategy which will be used for interagency coordination to maximize existing human and fiscal resources. So the reason that it doesn't meet the statute is because this council hasn't acted to adopt it. It would be up to the council itself to decide whether the document was good enough, is good enough now, and if it has the elements of the statutory needs assessment. But as of this moment, it is the opinion of that planning committee. It has never been moved or adopted as a needs assessment. And part of the assumption is that times in the last year have changed. So that's the technical answer to your question, is it hasn't been adopted as a needs assessment. It hasn't really been considered as a needs assessment under the statute.
And I didn't mean to blow Mr. Mitchell's budget report up. I just wanted to clarify that those dollars didn't have to be spent by next September. I think we do need to have a larger discussion about a needs assessment and what our expectations are.
It's a good point, and I think the next item on the agenda is a needs assessment committee and creating a committee that will sort of dictate what the parameters are of the needs assessment. I'll conclude by sort of making 2 points. One, I strongly encourage you to look at both the 4-month interim and the 16-month, which is 4 plus 12, budget, and make sure that you're comfortable with the breakdown. You're going to notice that there's a few lines that don't have a dollar amount attached to them. The school district was good enough to give us rent, so we're not paying for. They're not paying. We're not paying rent, so we can work out of a facility that the superintendent has offered. So it's on the budget, but it's zeroed out. The same thing is true with a CFO. There are some Children's Services Council who have one. That's a policy decision. So as chair of this committee, I wasn't going to make that policy decision. I didn't hear anybody talk about a CFO, but they're, again, looking at the framework of other Children's Services Council was in there. It's zeroed out as well. There was a comment that one of the speakers made that I thought was really important, and that is, this is the Children's Services Council, not the Adult Employment Services Council. And where we can be frugal with the dollars so that we can save them for programs, I think it's important. And the fact that the school district is willing to offer space and we can all, cut corners. I suggest as Mr. Rowe is sitting there, he also find ways to work an hour and 10 minutes and bill us for 45 minutes. Just throwing that out. Anyhow, so get comfortable with that base. If I've missed something, we can certainly fill it in real quickly. If you're comfortable that it's a good framework, again, this time next year, it will be so tight. Buttoned up, it will look like a real budget without me having to say I've added padding because I just don't know. And then the final thing I would say is do the math in your head. I brought forward a base budget, a 0.25 and a 0.5. the superintendent offered up a fourth option, which I think is a good option as well, and that's 0.375. The amount generated, the amount of money that we're asking of property owners to bring in, whether we're ready to spend it or not, that the superintendent makes a good point. There's no requirement that we spend it all. It could certainly roll over. So the decision for you to make is how much do you want to collect to fund whatever programs and to roll over if there's anything left to roll over. And with that, that's the fourth bucket, and that's a call for others to make.
So I have a question. Do we have to approve 10 and 11, or isn't 10 part of 11?
It's a good question, but the way that the chair had agended it, the requirement is that we provide to the county an interim budget. That is for, I think 10, that's for June through September 30th. We also, as part of the notifying the county, part of the trim, that we sort of have to know how much are we asking for 21, 22. And oh, by the way, we got to throw the 4 months of 2021 in there. So, so there are two separate items that are funded with one request of the taxpayers.
The answer to your question, I think, is yes. The way that Paul and Ted did this is to break out the entire budget for a 16-month period. So the 4 month that's left of fiscal 2021 backs out of the same budget by dividing the whole thing by 16 and multiplying by 4, I think is what is. So the answer is there's going to be the both budgets, but for simplicity of understanding what we're doing, since we're trying to develop 16 months out of 12 months of funding, he gave us one budget is what it boils down to, one 16-month budget.
But we don't need to approve item 10 and item 11. Can we just approve item 11?
Yeah, I think that's right, except that the document that we're going to have to give to the county is right.
So number 10 is intended to be an operations budget only.
No.
No.
It's the interim. It's through September 30th of 2021. And it's broken down into two items. Mr. Anna, you're right to say, well, gosh, if we vote on 11, haven't we incorporated 10? And technically, yes, but procedurally, we're required to provide both to the.
We have to provide a budget number, an actual dollar figure, and then that backs into a millage rate. So we actually have to approve a budget, even though it's an interim budget, and it's at this point in time less scientific than maybe we would like it to be, and will be in the future based upon experience. But we have to prove a dollar figure, and then that dollar figure basically becomes the driver of what the millage would be.
Dr. Green.
I have a question about the budget. So thank you for the work that was done on this. I had an opportunity to look at this last night, and I read through it, and everything sounded great until I got to the needs assessment and I saw the $300,000, my heart fell out. And then I was just thinking, wow, that's a whole lot of money. Now, I understand, I did get to hear a little bit of the budget committee, and I understand that we're not married to the $300,000. I just want to make sure that if we are allocating that amount of money for needs assessment, we get a true needs assessment. And so I have very strong opinions about what needs to be included in that. But if we're going to invest that kind of money, it needs to be legit, and we need to walk away with a real strategic plan for every specific need that's identified. So that's my first request. And the only other issue that I have with that, if we put out an RFP, which I'm assuming we will put out for the needs assessment, and everybody, these are public meetings. They know that our budget's $300,000. every single budget's going to come at 299.99. You know, they know the limit. So that was my concern. I felt as if we knocked that down a little bit, we will probably still get what we need for a little less money. So that was my number one concern. My number two, and I'll give you an opportunity to respond to both of these. I'm still not sure what's included in this program financial software. So once again, $150,000 is a lot of money to me. What do we get for that money? And is that worth that line item budget for us? Those are my questions.
Okay, so I'm going to take the easy one first,
Sure.
the second one. The 150,000 is what the other Children's Services Council around the state, they utilize a software that has both a financial component and an accountability component built into it. We are not required to use that software. It is offered by the, that particular one is offered by the Children's Services Council. I know I messed that up. We are not wed to that. It is a number that we put in, Dr. Glenn, that has small amount of accounting, but a heavy amount of programmatic accountability that the other Children's Services councils use. I am not an expert on this. The only reason I put it in there was because all the others do, and that is certainly not a reason to ultimately fund it, but it is a reason to have put it in the budget.
So since our backs are up against the wall right now and we're required to make a decision today, is it possible to put it in there and then take a harder look at it and determine if we need it? If we don't need it, we don't spend it. Do we have that option?
Yes, and because none of these are, it's sort of like positions. All of this money can end up, if we decide we don't like that at all, and we found another program that's $21,000. Well, we just saved $129,000, and that goes into reserves that can be spent this year or rolled into something else. These are not decisions that you're making today. The same thing is true with the needs assessment. And to all those who are listening, and Dr. Glenn, you weren't here last week, but I mentioned this. The $300,000 is incredibly robust needs assessment. I represent a firm who will not be bidding on this, and I mentioned this at last week's meeting, who does needs assessments. And they do, it is a global firm. So they do them for organizations like Children's Services Councils, they do them for counties, they do them for private sector organizations. I asked them, give me a ballpark. I mean, and I want it to be robust because we want to make sure we got it right. Having nothing to do with an evaluation and a collection of current programs that are being offered, but just those needs that are the needs that are needed. I hate to say it that way, but a determination of where those gaps need to be filled and what needs are out there. They gave me the number of 200,000 on the low end to 250 on the high end. There were comments made at last week's meeting that we want other things. Again, that's not part of the budget committee. That's a needs assessment committee. And I will not be joining that committee, so I can stop talking. But to anyone who sees $300,000 and sees that as a $299,000 or even a $175,000 price tag, that's what they should offer. Shame on you, because your competitor will come in, they will underbid you, and they will give us just as good of a proposal. Like the $150,000 accountability and budgeting software that the other councils use, if we do not spend the $300,000, and there is nothing that the needs assessment committee can make that determination. If we don't spend the $300,000, like the 5% reserves, like the 800,000, 1/12th, 13th month budget, that all goes into additional money that can be allocated by this council or rolled over to future years up to 9 years out.
Okay, so we're not married to it because it's in the budget. All right,
Yes,
just want to
yes,
make sure we're clear. All right, thank you.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Granger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted an answer to the question about putting together the budget. Basically, the 16-month base budget that you've got are our expenses for the next 4 months and then for the fiscal year in 2 pots. The income for the next 4 months, this 4 months is the 400,000. The income for the fiscal year and 13-month becomes the millage amount that y'all choose.
But to back into the millage, you'd have to include bucket 2, bucket 3, and bucket 4. It would be all the buckets together that we back into the millage, not just the 960,000.
Well, if you look at the table that's in your book that gives you the 0.0536, 0.25, and 0.5, the total amount of operating dollars available is the amount that's generated by the millage. The amounts for the 12th month, the 13th month, and available for grants and reserves fits into that millage area. So it's not increasing the amount that will be raised by the millage rate to throw those other things in. It's incorporated into it.
All right. Well, Mr. Mitchell mentioned some of our discussion in our budget meeting, and I've been listening intently for the last several meetings. It's no secret where I stood from the beginning. I agree with Mr. Wilson. Almost a supermajority of the voters spoke in the middle of a pandemic. They knew what they were getting into, in my opinion, from the beginning of 0.5. And I've stood steadfast by that initial motion. I withdrew it. I've done some thinking, some soul searching, listening to Mr. Mitchell, listening to other people about hardships that have fallen as a result of the pandemic on renters and property owners. Listen to you talk about potentially federal dollars that may be coming down that we could tap into. And so I heard two lines of thought. One was 0.25 and then my recommendation of 0.5. And so where I came to what I thought was a compromise was splitting the difference and recommending 0.375. So at this time, I would like to make a motion that the Children's Services Council adopt an initial millage rate of 0.375 for fiscal year 2021, 2022.
Okay, so is there,
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
okay, there's a second. All right, so now it's time for discussion.
And may I speak on it if the superintendent's finished?
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you
I
said.
said, may I speak on it as well if he's finished? Okay. No, I believe that we have to be accountable to our children and to the taxpayers as well. I believe in adopting a millage rate that's not the highest, but in between. I believe we are also hopefully adopting a policy that we will provide some services to our children prior to receiving our final needs assessment. We've heard speakers talk about various assessments that have been provided, including the assessment that was conducted by the Children's Services Council Committee, the 2-year committee that Mr. O'Brien and Judge Surstrom and the superintendent was a part of. So we have those studies, and we know that there are needs. We know that there are gaps in the needs. So I believe we have enough statistics so that we can provide some services. However, I also believe statutorily we are required, this council is required to conduct a needs assessment. And I believe that requires hiring a firm with the expertise to do that. The statute says immediately after we are constituted, we shall conduct a needs assessment. So I believe in addition to that needs assessment, we have other assessments where we can get off the ground running so that we can address needs that we know are there for our children. So I believe that this would be a good start for the children, a good start for the community, the taxpayers as well. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
All right, so is there any further discussion?
I have two things I want to say. One, I'm not in support of the 0.375 and am in support of the 0.25. And I'll tell you simply why. The amount of money that is generated above and beyond the bare bones budget, a 5% reserve, an additional $800,000 13-month reserve is $2.6 million. We're talking about $3.6 million that can be spent on programs that are needed in this community now. $3.6 million without a needs assessment. I think that is fair. So I'll say that. The second point that I would like to make is I appreciate where the superintendent has come to. I mentioned in one meeting that the importance of compromise. And while I don't support the 0.375, I think it's asking people at a difficult time to give money that they don't have. I would ask that if the motion that's on the floor passes, and it will pass without my vote, that as a courtesy to those who may choose to not vote for it, maybe it's just me, that somebody who's on the presiding side move for reconsideration, make the same motion again, so that I can vote with the majority. And the reason I want to vote with the majority is two reasons. I think it's important that we have a unified front. The 10 of us are going to be working together, I hope, for a long time. The second thing is, just because you guys made the silly mistake of making me the treasurer doesn't mean I get to dictate the budget. I have one vote, and that's it. So I'm going to vote no on the 0.375. And the reason I'm voting no is because I think $3.6 million is enough to spend between when I would feel more comfortable spending money once we get a needs assessment back, and that's enough money to spend.
Comment? Okay, thank you. So I've been back and forth about where do I land on this, and I've been thinking about this a lot. I walked into not the last meeting, but the previous meeting. I like to know where I'm spending my money, okay? And I felt as if we did not have a good understanding of where this money needed to be. There were some things that were done that were semi-needs assessments, but I didn't think we had enough. I completely agree that a needs assessment needs to be done. However, I'm at the point where I am comfortable with the 0.375. I do think that there is a significant need within our community. I don't know what it is yet, but I do know that there is a significant need. And I don't think that we have enough information to say, respectfully, Superintendent Hannah, I don't think we have enough info, or I don't have enough information to say, I can face my neighbors and say, I voted for a full $500,000, not having any idea exactly how to prioritize that money. But I do think that there is a need, and that we can rely on some of the assessments that have been done to give us an idea as to how we need to spend that money. What I really want to make sure we do is that we look really hard at that, because I don't believe in spending money because you simply have it. I want to really look hard at what is there and help us to prioritize. I was honestly disappointed in one of our prior presenters who said, we spent money on after-school care. And my question was, well, why? why? Like, why after school care? And it was, well, because we just thought that's where the money needed to go. I want proof. I need data. I want something to say, this is what we need to do. So I will support the 0.375% with the caveat that someone is looking really hard at the current data that we do have and can help us prioritize how that money needs to be spent so that we don't just, toss some coins and say, well, we think this is a good idea. Let's spend the money that way. I want to be thoughtful and purposeful and have a plan for how we're going to spend those dollars. But I do think that there's an urgent enough need that I'm aware of that will support the 0.375. That's my thought.
Any further?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to say that I philosophically believe in where Paul is on the sense of, you've got to be really careful with the money. That said, we're in a different time and space, and I keep repeating, I feel like I'm a broken record with COVID coming down. And we may have an unbelievable opportunity to leverage federal funds if we bring in some more money. You look at what other children's services councils do to leverage additional funds. They're able to bring in more Head Start seats. They're able to bring in more private grant dollars, which God knows in this community is really challenging to find. And so, although philosophically, I would typically go in the most conservative route, I'd be willing to lean in on this. With the other piece, going back to conversation that we've been having on urgency, this is an urgent time. It's a really urgent time for us to act. And there's nothing that says, as we talked about last week, that we can't get together some really amazing volunteer programs, whether they're giving a mentor to every juvenile kid like Rick talked about that's gotten in trouble, or whether it's something else that's going to make a measured difference. I think that's really important. And on the needs assessment cost, I'm okay with spending a lot on the needs assessment. Let me tell you why. It is a strategic investment in our capital and where we are going to go for the rest of the time of this council. And if we do it right and we ask, to Mark's point, what are the biggest ROIs we can get? And we pick 3 things and we leverage those 3 things, we will do so much better for ourselves than if we just give it out to nonprofits, which I'm sorry to say, but I kind of feel like I feel a lot of pressure in that direction. And, maybe it's a PR campaign so that every single kid that's adopted, needs to get adopted, gets adopted in town. Maybe it is giving money so that every business that needs a childcare center opens one. I don't know the answers, but I don't think just looking at what 150 nonprofits do in town is the right answer. I think it's got to be a much deeper and more provocative conversation.
3.75, I was doing kind of a rolling, not being a part of the budget committee, kind of a rolling review of dollars, how you roll them into activities and after an assessment period. I mentally came up with about a 0.3 is the number I came up with prior to this meeting. But I'm not changing the motion. I think the 3.75 is a good number, but here's what I would say is that we are stewards of the community's money. We have been given the responsibility of spending this money wisely to benefit children and to have the best outcomes possible. Again, $100 million is not enough to address all the needs of our children. But I would say this, as the dollars come in, I do think we have the responsibility to be judicious spenders of dollars. Just because we get it doesn't mean we have to spend it. So as we look at how we move forward, if there are dollars, and going back to a 5% reserve, which I think is a pretty reasonable reserve, if we go into the next budget cycle and we have a 12% reserve, a 20% reserve that comes out of this, I think that we consider that as a part of our review of the millage moving forward. I do believe at some point we will be 0.5. I think we'll find and identify programs that are going to have the best return. But I don't think it's a race to get there. I think there's some immediacy. I do think there is an immediate need out there and we need to be smart about it. But I can agree with the 3.75 as long as we recognize our responsibility to be judicious stewards of those dollars. And if we have a little bit left over, we can consider that next year. That would be my opinion.
Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I came prepared to vote on any recommendation that would put us at the maximum amount of millage rate that we could collect. Because, and not to put you on the spot ever, but as a principal of a Title I school, you deal with the issues that our children face every single day. I think about our Deputy Sheriff Wallace and talking about Sheriff McNeil. Sheriff McNeil oftentimes quotes Frederick Douglass, who says that it is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. And so when we think about the capturing of these dollars, those dollars, even if in reserve, if we are judicious stewards of the monies we collect, those monies will still be available to have even greater impact following a needs assessment, during the course of a needs assessment. We have the liberality to create our own RFP process if there was an immediate need that we needed to judiciously respond to. But I just don't want to, I think that as a person who has witnessed our meetings prior to my coming on board, I was afraid that we were swayed by the minority voices found in our community compared to the electorate that's provided us with this opportunity and the access to these resources. I'm concerned, I was concerned that we were being led, as Malcolm X would say, run amok and led astray by those who would create these types of narratives, that the impact of this $500,000 would somehow send people to the poorhouse, which we know is a false narrative. So now that I'm sitting here with you all, and I've now moved from up to the bench, from the stands, I just want you to know I really appreciate what I clearly see as the great deliberative work that you've taken thus far to get to the types of discussions where you are. And I have a great deal of respect for the superintendent. And we don't always agree on most things, but in the spirit of consensus building and collaboration, another C word, possible consolidation, I can appreciate where he's coming from with the 0.375. And with the budget that we presently are looking at, means that those monies will be available to us if we were to do the 0.375 compared to the 0.5, which, as much as it bothers me to think otherwise, may be the will of my colleagues. And so, as long as it's greater than that base budget plus 5% that we originally recommended, I would agree with our recommendation that came from the superintendent. And just look forward to, hopefully, if the chairman will appoint me to the Needs Assessment Committee, I look forward to helping to be a part of what will be fashioned, taking into consideration already existing information like our local ALICE report, other needs assessments that have been done, particularly by our human service agency, the United Partners for Human Services that are here. I see that the ELC is present, who's also done needs assessments relative to children, and that all of that information would be brought together to ultimately inform what would be our final product. So that's where I am.
Madam Chair, can I just make one point? One, I want to
correct something, and that is, I certainly did not recommend the bare bones budget. To the contrary. But so that I've got that on the record. And in the spirit of what Mr. Jones has just offered, I can certainly do math pretty well. I was not a great mathematician, but I can do math. And to avoid asking someone to move for reconsideration, I am also willing to go from what I was comfortable with at 0.25, which was actually an increase over what I was originally comfortable with. But I'm still going to get to the same place with the motion for reconsideration. And I will be supporting the superintendent's motion.
And I'll take the point of privilege of having the last word, but this brings me great joy. Being the principal of a Title I school, I see exactly where the needs are, a lot of them. But in addition to having that experience of being a Title I principal, I also am the neighbor of my students. And I have the unique privilege of being able to see my school from my front yard, from my backyard. That's how close I live. 4 blocks to the north going towards Doak Campbell Stadium, that's where most of my kids live. 4 blocks back going towards the airport, that's where my students live. And many of these children, they go home to empty pantries and refrigerators. They go home to domestic violence. They go home to a house that's so crowded that they have no bed to sleep in. Coupling all of that and putting on top the layer of kids that come to our school, 40 to 50% of the kindergartners that enter my school have never gone to school. It's not because of poor parenting, it's just because of the need is there, but they don't have that to feel. And so this brings me extreme joy that we can come together on the same page to do this for our children. So I am in full support of the 0.375 as well, because this supports my whole purpose in life, and it's for these children in our county. So just want to put that up. All right, so we are ready to.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I also add,
Mhm.
I got my degree in English, so I'm working with these figures.
Got it.
Maybe I didn't communicate well.
So it has been moved in second that we are requesting the 0.375 millage rate. And we're going to, Ms. Goodman Taylor is going to take a vote.
Yes.
We'll record the vote for us.
But
So-
if I just now, this is procedural only. We're actually, the first item is approving the interim budget. And then the second item is approving the 21-22 budget and the proposed 0.375 millage rate.
Okay, so we got to
So
say
the-
all that over.
All together.
Well, I mean, except Mr. Superintendent moved to 0.375. So maybe we can then back into the base
okay.
budget from that?
Yeah,
All right, so we can move forward with
Yeah,
that.
you
motion.
said.
Both.
Okay, so I got it, all right. So we're moving forward with the
I'm just following.
0.375, got it. Millage rate, so all in favor, and we're going to do this by vote so that Ms. Goodman Taylor can record it.
Mr. Marco Bryant,
Yes.
Miss Liza McFadden,
Yes.
Principal Connor,
Yes.
Chief Judge Sherstrom,
Abstain.
Mr. Paul Mitchell,
yes.
Superintendent Hannah,
Yes.
School Board Member Daryl Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Carolyn D. Cummings,
Yes.
Dr. Zandra Glenn.
Yes.
All right, ayes have it, yay. All right, goes back to you, Judge.
All right, so now.
Can
yes, I'll
I do
take-
one second?
Not so fast. Go ahead.
Not so fast.
Superintendent.
I am really looking forward to working with this group. And I think when we talk about needs assessment, it's unmet needs. What are the needs? But there are many needs, but what needs are unmet? And the $300,000, when we start talking about a child, when they leave your hospital, to heaven forbid a 17-year-old ends up across the street from my office, and all of the needs in between, there are 8 million probably. And so I really think we use that time to drill down from the very birth of a child to when they leave your hospital to where are the needs that are not being met? Where does WIC pitch in? How do we get make sure families are having kids that are getting the things they need to grow healthy bodies. All the way from there in those early days, the first days of their life care, to when they leave our high schools. And so everything in between, there's going to be a lot. And I would recommend that we do, love this bucket approach, whether we have a 0 to 1 bucket, a 1 to 4 bucket, or however we want to put them into buckets. And we really drill down on each single one of those and where are the unmet needs. But I can assure you also that I'm not a tax and spend guy. I am very frugal with taxpayer dollars. And we know each other, but we really don't know each other, but you will see. And I really appreciate this guy because I'm the same way. So when he submits his report for the hours that were worked, it will be scrutinized. When we go to spend money, when we go to give money, and I agree with Ms. McFadden, I'm not in support of us just handing out dollars to existing nonprofits. I want us to be creative and to think outside of the box and develop programs that are really going to have a significant impact. And if they demonstrate that they can do that, then yeah, we should consider funding them. If they can't, they shouldn't even ask. But to have money on the front end to be able to support these programs, I think is really important. And I appreciate your support. So thank you.
Thanks very much. So now that the millage rate's been established, the way I would suggest is that now I'm no longer governed by the statute forbidding me from participating in the budget. And the part that we've got to address now is the interim part. And so I'd again turn the tentative fiscal year 2020, no, I'm sorry, the interim budget that we submit to the county. Is that right?
That is correct.
Would you please explain that to us?
Yes, I'm going to make a motion that the budget that Mr. Granger provided us with for the interim budget for the 4 months between June 1st and September 30th of 2021, which is the last 4 months of the fiscal year 2020, 2021, be approved by this board.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion? Everybody understand? Everybody following? Everybody understand? All right. I don't think we need to take a voice vote on this. Any objection to the interim, to approving the interim 2020-21 budget as submitted? We'll show that approved without objection, unanimously.
With the understanding for Dr. Glenn that there is nothing hard and fast about
Yes.
any of these numbers, including.
Yes.
legal.
You answered that for me.
The-
Thank you.
The second, Mr. Chair, I'd also like to make a motion that we, no, that's it.
Excellent. All right, very good. So that brings us
Well,
back
no, we
to,
kind of need to approve the 21, 22 budget now. And so I would make a motion that the proposed budget that Mr. Granger emailed to us last night be adopted. And it is incorporated in that is the 0.375 millage rate that becomes bucket 4. So it's 1, 2, and 3 minus whatever that generates. So that would be my.
0.375 turned into
Second.
the, so it is moved and seconded. Discussions, questions, concerns? Seeing no, yes.
I have
McFadden.
a really quick question. Contract manager, is that someone who also can write grants? What exactly is that position?
Mr. Granger, you're recognized.
I'm sorry, grant manager, what?
Is a contract manager someone who will also write grants?
Each person in the office will be a contract manager in terms of dealing with contracts for money that's allocated by the council. At this point, I would assume the CEO at that point would be the only one in the budget at this point who might have the ability to write a grant.
And so to be clear, under the proposed budget right now, the amount for a contract manager is 0. Are you following?
Yes.
All right. Does that answer your question, Ms. McFadden?
It does. I guess I'm raising the concern that I think if we've just passed a millage rate that is higher, and that partially my rationale for doing that was to draw down additional federal dollars, I think we need somebody who can access those funds.
And Ms. McFadden, here's something kind of critical. I remember Mr. Sachs last week said, please do not designate these funds for any one specific reason. So the amount of money generated at 0.375 is certainly, if we're going to hire someone, they will have to come, Mr. Granger or whoever his successor will have to come back and we'll have to approve it. But there's certainly enough money in the budget to fund that person. And if whoever the CEO is or Mr. Granger does not have the experience necessary to write grants and grant proposals, then that would certainly be something, again, the council sort of dictating policy. We want a grants writer because we'll be able to draw down more funds. But we've got, I promise you, there's plenty of money.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Thanks so
Yes.
much.
Mr.
Mr. Jones, you're recognized.
Chair, for you and Mr. Granger, are there costs associated with the hiring and identification of our CEO? Are we going to use a search firm, or are we just going to apply announce locally, or what is our intentions in terms of bringing that person on?
Mr. Granger, you're recognized.
At the first meeting that I attended, it was decided by the council that the council would not hire a search firm, and that the council would do it itself. I'm going to be putting together a CEO search packet for your consideration at the July meeting that will include a timeline, modalities for getting the word out, a job description, and other materials that are needed to make sure that the council can move forward. And of course, that will be processed through the needs assessment committee before the council meeting.
Are CSCs organized statewide?
There are 11 CSCs statewide.
They're organized such that if any efficient vacancy announcement went out like that, that other CSCs and persons who are presently employed by CSCs would be made aware of our opportunity.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
To the extent that their bosses.
Well, there's a council of councils. That's,
Yes.
I think, what Mr. Jones was asking.
Ms. Watson, the CEO of that council has addressed this once or twice, so, been to some of our meetings. All right, excellent. Any other comments, discussions, questions? Any objection? All right, so now I've forgotten which question we're on, which is to approve the tentative fiscal 2021-22 budget. Any objection to approving that budget? We will show that objection, that tentative fiscal year 2021-22 council budget is approved unanimously. All right, so that brings us back to items.
I feel like we did that like 8 times.
Well, you know.
We needed to reinforce it.
Belt and suspenders, belt and suspenders. All right, interim administrator report, Mr. Granger. I feel like we've already done everything that you have to report about, but go ahead.
I think we have just for one matter of public record is the information that I emailed the board last night was information that was in the packet today. It was mailed after the posting period because we weren't able to provide it by the posting period. It was posted first thing this morning. I don't have a whole lot to report because it's been budget. I would just like to express my gratitude to Treasurer Mitchell for his keen eye and his he knows how to put budgets together and was provided immense direction and advice and support in making that happen, and a lot of time. We spent a lot of time. I'm putting off the search for a CPA at this point. We'll come to you in July with a recommendation for a CPA or CPA firm to act on behalf of the council. And I want to assure you that already in the and at the July meeting, we will present after working through the Needs Assessment Committee, a proposal for an invitation to negotiate and the timeline for that and all of the materials necessary for that. I want to assure you that, as we mentioned earlier, Commissioner Cummings, one of the first things we will ask from that needs assessment is to identify where money can most effectively and efficiently be spent immediately, so that if the council so decides, you'll have opportunities to invest sooner than later into programs. Leveraging, identifying what dollars, local, state, and federal and community dollars programs are getting will be a key part of it, including how to leverage those dollars, federal dollars in particular, that will be flowing into the community, and use of volunteers to move the programs forward and initiatives forward that the council is interested in will also be a key part of that ITN.
Thank you, Administrator Granger. Any questions or discussions, comments for Administrator Granger? Very good. Thank you so much. Bring us to appointment of the parliamentarian. We talked about this the last time, and Commissioner Cummings gave me a one-page, single-spaced, double-spaced between paragraphs. Mr. Linsky, Ms. Haven, please take note. Admirable, succinct summary of how to run a meeting. Thank you very, very much for that. I commend that to every one of you. I'm going to ask that we consider agendaing that for our next meeting to adopt as one of our policies. Thank you very much. Excellent. We talked about Commissioner Cummings acting as our parliamentarian. I would entertain a motion at this time. Moved in second. Any discussion? We discussed it the last time. Any objections? We will show Commissioner Cummings is appointed our parliamentarian effective today. Thank you, Commissioner Cummings, for doing it. We need you. Excellent, excellent. Brings us next to creation of the Needs Assessment Committee. And I know that Mr. O'Brien and Ms. McFadden have previously expressed interest. Mr. Jones expressed interest today. Anyone else interested, willing to serve? Yes, Dr. Glenn, excellent. We need a scientist. Outstanding. So, Glenn, O'Brien, Jones, and under our bylaws, chair is always a member of every committee. Okay, so anyone else? Anyone else interested in? And principal?
Wait a minute now.
Pretty going to be the entire.
You have a school to run.
All
right. I know where your heart is. Don't let it's like going to the grocery store hungry. You're going to walk out with a $200 bill. All right.
All right. So Glenn, O'Brien, Jones, Scherstrom, and Connor. I'd entertain a motion. Somebody who's not on the committee's got to move.
I guess I can move. Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by Hannah against his better judgment. And any discussion? And what I would propose, so we'll show that that's the committee is so constituted. Glenn, O'Brien, Jones, and Scherstrom and Connor, that essentially that we come back to you with the process, that we'll establish a meeting schedule, and we'll come back with a process for establishing a needs assessment. So at this point, we'll just constitute the committee. Brings us to.
If I may.
Yes, please.
So again, I go back to and I'm glad Mark's on this committee, because I really would like to start from the very beginning of a child's life and then work up. I don't know how y'all want to approach this process, but that's just my thought. But y'all are the most important group there is to guide how these resources are spent and where these unmet needs are.
And I have a question. Legally, is the age of a child, I know a parent can be included in this because I've seen that in the other children's services councils. Is there an age limit on how we're defining children? And I ask that because when I think about foster kids that are aging out and so forth, it's a tricky issue.
At both ends, yeah. And so, I mean, I'll tell you my experience as the dependency judge is that young people are so important. We talked at the very first meeting about maybe establishing an auxiliary organization of children and youth that we serve to advise us and help us. I see so many kids who end up having kids, and I see how a 19-year-old who might not be defined as a child has a great effect on a newborn child of that 19-year-old. I think the committee, the needs assessment committee, needs to have an open mind and a careful consideration of everything that goes in, like Superintendent Hannah says, from birth to independence, probably before birth. You know, low birth weight babies is an issue that we probably need to think about too. So,
Okay, I like that answer.
all right, I'm going to stop talking then. All right, very good. Trim public hearing date, Mr. Granger.
Yes, Jessica sent out a poll to all of the members of the committee. Thank you all for responding. I think Mr. Jones didn't have an opportunity because you were new to the board. And I think she's just handed you the dates. It appeared to me there was only one date when everyone could make it except for Mr. Sox. I don't know if that's changed since the results that she's handed you came in.
September 8th is what we're shooting for. He's looking at his calendar.
And the meeting will start at 5:15. It is required to be in the evening.
September 8th at 5:15 is proposed. Excellent. All right, so I'd entertain a motion.
I'll move that we set the trim meeting for 5:15 on September 8th in the commission chambers.
I don't know that we have a room yet.
TBT, yeah.
So moved in second. Thank you, Commissioner Cummings. Any objection or discussion? Any debate, any questions? Seeing none, we'll show that September 8th is our unanimous choice for our first meeting. There's a second meeting that we'll have to have two, Ted, is that right? And what is the time frame of the second meeting?
It needs to be convened within 15 days of the first meeting. The first meeting is to approve the tentative budget and millage, and the next hearing is to adopt the final requested millage.
All right, so we have to have two meetings under the trim process. So we're going to send out another doodle poll. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
All right, so we will put on our next agenda final trim.
So when did we have to give official notice to the property appraiser?
August 4th.
But the trim hearings come after, and that's fine.
We're on time. We're actually ahead of.
Okay, all right.
Yes, sir. July 1 is the tentative budget to the
Right,
county,
commission,
which you all just voted on, and August 4th is the date for the first public hearing to the property appraiser.
All right, excellent. Next meeting, Mr. Granger, now with everything we've gotten accomplished today, what should our next meeting date be? Do we have it?
We have a meeting date in August that is set for, July 22nd.
July 22 at what time?
at 2:00.
At
It's
2:00.
currently scheduled for this room, and because of the tight spacing, we're going to try to find another facility that will better accommodate the whole council.
Good. And do we want to try and schedule, just as a working hypothesis, the needs assessment committee, that sort of like we've been doing the budget committee, where it's the same day at 12:45, same day as the full meeting. We can send out a poll for that too. That's kind of what that's what I'm gonna suggest that we do. So just be thinking about it. So July 22, if you're on the needs assessment committee, your day would start at 12:45. If we do it the way we did it with the budget committee.
Judge, there's also going to be a meeting of the executive committee to review the CEO search materials that we hope to present to the council.
Starting to seem like a lot of committee.
Yes.
But, all right, fair enough. So we'll get that scheduled as well. Next meeting agenda, called order, roll call, approval of agenda, approval of minutes, public comment, interim administrator report. I'm going to propose that we adopt the Ms. Cummings one-page summary of Robert's Rules of Order. We're going to have a report of the Needs Assessment Committee. Ted, we're not doing, do we need to do contract services for a CPA firm?
Yes, sir.
We've approved the budget. We've approved the tentative fiscal year. We'll do the final trim hearing date. We'll establish the final trim hearing. Or public meeting, actually. We'll establish the next meeting date, the next meeting agenda, member comments, and adjourn. So everybody following what we're going to be doing, we'll get a report from the Needs Assessment Committee. We'll hopefully hire a CPA. We'll establish the final trim public meeting date. And then the next meeting, everything that we do every meeting. So that's what's on the table now. Any discussion?
Next meeting is scheduled for when?
July 22 at 2:00.
At 12 noon that same day.
12:45.
12:45 that same.
Unless it's the will to start a little bit earlier. We might want to start a little bit earlier.
I do have a question. I saw in the notes that Ms. McFadden asked the question, but is there the possibility to do like the needs assessment call via Zoom? And then we convene as a body in person?
That sounds like a question for our council. Can we do any committee meetings by Zoom? Do you know the answer off the top of your head? Yes.
Other board members virtually give buildings.
I'm hearing no. I thought I'd ask. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Excellent, nicely done. Hit it right out of the park on the very first time. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, thank you for that question, because I do think I'm going to be in Mexico that week. So it would be awesome to join via Zoom if one person's allowed to.
So excellent. So we will.
And I work across the street, so I can always be here. If the meetings will occur here.
And they may not, though, because it's a little bit tight, but we'll do our best.
Well, I will be absent on the 20th.
And so Connor will be absent. Thank you so much. All right. Any other comments on the agenda? Anything else anybody wants on the agenda? All right.
Are these member comments now?
I was going to see if we can we'll just show the agenda as approved. And now we are on to member comments. Mr. Jones, you are recognized.
Oh, well, I didn't want to go first, but
Well, I'll go first then if you want.
yes, sir.
So what a privilege it is to work with you all. I wanted to do this job because of the work that I've done with children in dependency. And you all have heard my spiel. Dependency is the lifeboat. Dependency is when the boat has sunk and we're trying to pull people back in. And I really wanted to do something in my career that helped people not have to have a lifeboat. But working with y'all has been something that I didn't anticipate. And what a privilege it is to work with y'all, to see y'all thrash these issues out and to see y'all how thoughtful and careful and deliberative and considerate you are. So it's a privilege to serve with you. That's my member comment. Mr. Jones, you want to go second?
Sure. I really feel welcomed in this space. And thank you. A great number of you are dear friends of mine already. I mean, genuinely dear friends of mine. One of the things that I've talked about when I've addressed you before is the importance of our recognizing ingenuity and innovation as we respond to the challenges of our children. We've already see existing processes where we're already providing monies to in our community to meet the needs of children. And we realize that as well intended as some of those initiatives may be, they have been woefully inadequate in solving some of our problems. And here now with this brand new monies that will be made available through the guidance that we will provide from our varied points of view, I think if we keep innovation and ingenuity as our benchmark, that we would do these things in brand new and compelling ways, I think we can have the type of impact that I think our citizens at 67% anticipated that these monies could have. I cut my teeth in children's services with folks like Bud Bell, Ekelina Howell, Eva Want, Pam Davis at Kids Inc. And with that type of influence, it has helped to undergird my passion, but I look forward to collaborating with persons who I also greatly respect, whose clear intellect and infectious enthusiasm for our children, I think it's going to have an enormous impact. And I'm just honored and look forward to our conversation in the future. I think that this will be time well spent for me. And I just thank you for the collegiality that is clear. And I look forward to working with you all. And again, thank you.
Thanks so much. Member comment, Mr. Mitchell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to say this each time between now and September 2nd. I sit on the Florida Juvenile Justice Foundation. Our goal is to raise money for two things. One, it's a direct support organization for the Department of Juvenile Justice. The other purpose is to give out scholarships for either a state college, some call it a community college, depends on where you are in the state, or a VOTEC facility around the state. We gave out 3 last year. Our goal is to continue to do that every single year. On September 2nd at 5:30 at the Lemoyne Art Gallery, whatever that is called, at Lemoyne, we are having an event for the Juvenile Justice Foundation. The tickets are $50 unless you are part of the juvenile justice system, a provider, and then they are $25. The purpose is to, one, raise money for those scholarships. And then the second reason is we will have on display artwork that is been created and provided by the kids who are part of the system. And we will, and when I tell you, it's not like my artwork or my kids' artwork. It's really impressive and worthy of bidding on. And again, all the proceeds will go to the Juvenile Justice Foundation, September 2nd at 5:30.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien, you're recognized.
Just a request, can we do our interim CEO, have that notice shared and also put it on our website since we have one to get that out there.
Outstanding.
Would love to participate.
Thank you so much. Any other member comments? Any other member comments? And we are, wait, not so fast, Mr. Rowe. Yes, that has already passed. We took it out of, we took it out of order. Yes, exactly. He doesn't pay any attention until he gets hired. We took it out of order. Thank you so much. We're adjourned, folks. Hello. Ms. Cummings, I gotta tell you, when I saw your document, I preached under my interns back there, and I preached to them, if you can say it, one page of 14-point type, double space between paragraphs, you haven't thought it through. So when I got that document, I said, well, maybe you're one page document. Because I think we need that one page document because our communications still need to be a little bit more disciplined, you know? All right.
Thank you. Yes, and you got all. You're welcome.
Parents are very happy.
I love your book title. Oh, thank you. I love your, I believe it. I hate to see it how to go. But when I found out it was going to be you. Thanks. I think so too. Thank you.
Well, I can now relax. I don't have to come every time. Only you guys, if I do that, I could have applied. So. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
No, pleasure. God bless.
See you soon. I actually watched the live stream of the board meeting when he was appointed. I was looking for his, and I watched it. It was a very impressive board meeting. I liked having the teachers there, the retirees. It was kind of a moving thing. I should come out there more often, the other side of town, but I'll come out more often. So. All right. I won't speak.
No, you're more than welcome. Welcome. Have a good one.
Thanks.
Felt it across the next up was so really both played, and I couldn't help but agree, right? I thought you did a great job. Very good. Very good. We're off and running. We're off and running. So I'm glad I get to sit with you. Me too, buddy. I'm glad you're sitting here. Thank you. I appreciate it.